Welcome, everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. This is episode 232, where we are going to be talking all about Etsy. So, for those who are like, wait a minute, you just did a video on this. Yes, we did. We just did a Print Fix Friday on this. I should have mentioned in the Print Fix Friday that it was going to trigger a much longer discussion about this from a business perspective. To give you an idea, I think that Print Fix Friday ended up being like 19 minutes long. The raw recording of that video was over 40. Because there was so much that I had to say that we ended up cutting just for time. Because attention spans be damned. So,
well, you're in luck because I haven't watched it yet. I intentionally didn't watch it knowing that we're going to be doing it this Sunday.
Yeah, like, if we had someone say, oh, there's been an update on it, you're not following anything, this is clickbait. I'm like, you have to, I replied to them, and it's in my Grant Reads Mean comments folder. It's like, you have to understand that if all we do is watch other people's content, all we're doing is giving you other people's content. If we do our own research and we provide you with feedback and things like that, and we miss something, that's fine. And I missed it from a 200 subscriber YouTube channel that got an email back from Etsy basically stating nothing important. The video is very good. I think the guy did a good job breaking it down, but Etsy doesn't. The email that he got back further complicates things and doesn't answer anything at all. In fact, it just makes it
quite a bit of a disappointment sandwich. There was nothing there.
Yeah,
that email was padding if you wanted to just be like a word count.
There
was nothing said.
I think the user's video is good. And on a 200, he had 99 subscribers when he did the video. When I saw it, he had 200. The video was at 15,000 views. Like, if you are a content creator and you get a video at like sub 500 subs that gets you 15,000 views, you're going to start to take content creation seriously. And I'm very, very happy to look at what this guy could do, because he did a very good job of breaking it down and use some sort of highlight feature that I haven't seen before in his videos, and I want to know how he did that, because I'd like to start doing it in ours. Because we highlight in post, I'd love to highlight as I'm doing something, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. The big change from Etsy's TOS is that it went from items may be original or they may be non-original to items must be the original creations of the sellers. So, Jacob, let's dig into a little bit about Etsy first. Let's talk about the business model of what Etsy does. I think that's probably the first big step for us to do. But before that, let me hit the billing department, and then we'll go right in. I do want to thank our sponsor for this stream. It is Construct 3D. If you want to get some of the UK's fastest 3D printers, the first bamboo printer, you can hit up construct-3d.com. And remember, if you are in the United States and you do want to get a Construct 3D printer, you will need to email them, and you can do that via the contact page to get that information and go from there. It is a small family-owned business, of which half of this podcast happens to be one of the owners of Construct 3D, and that's why I do the ad reads for it and he doesn't.
It's why you can also notice I get pinker and pinker.
You always get embarrassed
goes
when
on.
I do it.
I just can't do it. You would think I would get used to it. Just eventually be like, oh, he's doing the little thing. I can't.
Eventually, you'll get used to it. It's fine.
I get
or you won't.
Third-hand cringe from watching myself on your YouTube channel talking about me with me being there. Oh,
you know what? I
buy the printers. They're good.
Literally, I can do one for myself too. But generally speaking, if you're watching this stream, you are likely not a customer for 3D Musketeers because you probably have your own printer, but hell, I'll do one for myself. If you do want to get 3D printing done by professionals for professionals, you can reach out to 3D Musketeers, where we have over 70 3D printers across, what now, 6 different types of machines. We can help you get your parts all the way from art into reality, whether you have a invention that you want to get made real, you want something 3D scanned, reverse engineered, or maybe you're a 1.4 million subscriber YouTuber that's looking to get a part for a BMW i8. That will be a really, really cool collaboration that we're going to be coming out with in a few weeks. Who knows? You can reach out to us, 3dmusketeers.com. And if you happen to be in the Tampa Bay area or flying into the Tampa, Orlando area and want to get together, I don't know, call or text the shop number. It goes to my cell phone. And I guess while we're here, I will mention that we are debating on doing a partial call-in show, so stay tuned for that. I think you guys will enjoy it if we can figure it out. I've got some. I'm moving on this because I was talking to this big YouTuber and he used to do something like this, and I'm really excited to do something like that, but it will only be for a certain part of the show. Anyways, if you do want to help keep these streams ad-free, you can do so by donating a little bit here or there. And yes, technically I'm in the middle of an ad asking you to donate so that we can keep the streams ad-free, but the streams do not have ads from YouTube while they're live, so you only have to hear my idiot brain talk to you for like, I don't know, a minute or two once or twice, once an hour at the most is how we tend to do it.
Guaranteed no Crypto Bro adverts. That's what you pay for.
Currently, if there is a Crypto Bro company, well, I don't know if we could ever accept money from a crypto company.
Hey, you could get the
No, I don't think
what was
we
it,
can.
Zortrax coin.
Oh God, we're not doing
3D
that.
printing crypto crossover.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
The thing nobody asked for.
I do see David Connor Shover with the $5 and Winslow Joy with $9.99, both of them supporting and helping keep the stream ad-free. Thank you all very much. We are searching for other sponsors, so if any of you have a company in mind or a company that you would like to sponsor the show, we'd love to get them in here, which I guess brings us to our filament sponsor for the stream, which is Printed Solid. If you want to check out some of the hottest American-made filament, head over to printedsolid.com. Get yourself some Jesse filament. I will say they're in the middle of a move right now, so very few things are in stock. I went to send out some filament before the stream, and most of it is out of stock. So a lot of you can't get your filament right now. So sorry, it's just gonna have to keep waiting. But yeah, that's part of the deal when you grow heavily. So yeah, if you do want to check them out, go do it. We have tours of all of our sponsors so far. So if you'd like to check out their businesses, how they do business and what they do, check them out. Go to our channel, search for the company name, and you'll find it. Anyways, Jacob, let's talk about the business behind Etsy, what Etsy itself serves to do, because I think that's valuable for us to talk about how the 3D printers and other makers are using Etsy. But let's talk about what Etsy is at its core.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know of Etsy, where are you? Because I want to live in your little world where you've never heard of Etsy. But it's supposed to be a handcrafted superstore, akin to. It's the Amazon of handcrafts, where the makers on that website sign up, they create their little storefront, and what they're supposed to be selling is, well, handcrafted stuff. It could be from artwork and paintings all the way to woodwork, and in our specific case, 3D printed objects from their own designs or designs that they've licensed.
I'm not certain.
That is like the crux of what Etsy is supposed to be. Just you come here for something made by a person, not a factory.
My understanding is the original idea of Etsy was a way for people that wanted to get either custom made or vintage items from places they could not physically get to, from people that had the experience to either manufacture it and produce it, or like they had like a consignment store and they were able to sell like vintage clothing and stuff on there as well. So it was a marketplace for handmade goods but also for like secondhand items as well, but more on the niche where eBay wouldn't function properly, right? Now, I could be wrong there, but that is my understanding of kind of what Etsy was. It was like Pinterest without the pinning, but with the ability to buy things, right?
I
That
think,
was
yeah, that's pretty much what I thought of it. Like, I never really, I don't care about Etsy. I should probably preface that forward. I've never really used it, mostly because I'm a maker. If I need something, I'm going to make it myself. I'm not going to go to somebody else to do it. Um, so Etsy's been one of those stores where I like it exists. I like the
yeah,
fact that if I want, say, some handcrafted wood, I can go on the store and find a woodworker who makes the thing that I want. Like, say it's a chopping board, like a nice, high quality, handmade chopping board that I can support a maker instead of a mass manufactured product. That's what I've always seen Etsy as.
yes, same.
Not saying that I've ever used it, because I haven't. I just haven't used Etsy.
I have. So I've used Etsy throughout the years. It is good. I've bought so one of the things I'd like to get into is like leatherworking. But I do not
Mm,
possess the tools for it. But I will often buy leather scraps off of Etsy from the leather workers because every now and then we'll get a request for like a leather keychain to get lasered or something like that, especially when we had the retail business. So we kept leather scraps around in case we needed to do stuff like that. I did the poor man's punches, which were just bullet casings because they're pretty sharp at
yep.
at the ends, and they're generally darn near perfect diameters. So that's how we always punched holes, is with bullet casings. And then we would laser it, which if you've ever had to laser leather, it's a terrible smell. Not as bad as Schustroming, but pretty darn bad. It smells like burning hair. So if you've ever like burned or smelled burned hair from like a curling iron, you'll know exactly what it smells like. But that's what I've used it for in the past. I'm sure I've ordered custom things from there like, because I'm in the business of making custom stuff, I recognize the value of custom stuff. Does that mean I have the budget for it? Not always, but I recognize the value of it. And
Yeah.
like many places, right? Like how Facebook was originally nowhere near the cesspool of political BS that it currently is, the website will have an ebb and flow to it, and it's now a little different. It's now more of a marketplace where you can buy a product. And while the idea is that it's handmade, it's not technically a requirement anymore. Well, I guess it kind of is now, but it wasn't
Actually, yeah, I think
previously.
you've hit the nail on the head with what I
Mhm.
think of the store. I think it's like your local high street. Like there's just a
Yeah.
lot of everything, and sometimes you can have a big name shop,
Hmm.
and the other time you've got mom and pop's little shop in the corner and your little phone repair. Like it's to me, it's the digital version of a high street where you've
Yeah.
got varying quality and everything, but you will find something there
It's
of
funny.
anything.
It's funny. You call it a high street. We would call it like a farmer's market or, a local market. I've never heard the term high street used here in the States. We would call it like a farmer's market or a local market. And it's totally true because, like, now you go to these markets, there's almost always a seller selling 3D printed goods. And something that I enjoy is, especially if I can be incognito and people don't recognize me, I like to go there, look at the quality, ask about the machines, ask about the material, questions that an average person would ask, and see how they handle it, because it helps me better understand where their expertise level is at. Because every now and then we have too much work and we have to outsource or get rid of some of it to other people. And it's always good to have like people that you can generally trust in your back pocket in case as a business you end up with too much work. And whether that is you're just going to send customers to these people, or you're going to be the person behind the curtain managing orders via somebody else and accepting less profit, there's two different ways to do it. But it is always fun to do that kind of thing, at least for me.
Mm,
Um, but yeah,
yeah.
the this new TOS, and it's such a minor change, but it's creating a lot of like, I'm trying to get like the right word, controversy, because it feels as though Etsy is kind of at war, but they haven't done anything. Like they basically said, we're watching you, we're coming for you, but we haven't seen any steps taken yet. That's the big deal.
I think they might be trying to add pressure
Okay.
to the lowest tier of creators on there, where they are just buying, probably not even buying the licenses for what they're making. They are just producing low effort crap
Mm-hmm.
and then throwing it on the store that is supposed to be this area of slight genuinity.
Right.
That is not a word, but um,
Well, we
a store that is supposed to be
yeah.
genuine with what you make, and they are just repeatedly printing other people's designs with minimal tweaking, if that, and
Right.
they're just flooding up the ecosystem of what Etsy is supposed to be. And while it's not unique to just 3D printing, like there are so many drop shippers on Etsy where they are lesser known things from China,
Right.
and then they will buy them in and ship them out. At least there's still that edge of it's a little bit more handmade than just some person in their bedroom put a 3D printer on and they're making flexi dragons.
Well, and for me, it's changed into, because it's on a global scale, which is not normally something that the average person has access to, right? The average person doesn't normally have access to a global scale. Yes, you can buy from AliExpress, but AliExpress is primarily China. You're not going to have, like, I bought some leather scraps out of Poland. I bought some out of Slovakia. I bought some, like, I buy them out of different areas because I just look for leather scraps. I don't really care where they come from, but it's always interesting where they come from. And what's happening is that because it's now on a global scale, you're dealing with global costs of goods sold. Traditionally, globally, the United States and parts of the EU and the UK are considerably more expensive than places in Asia as a whole, right? Not just China, but Asia as a
Hmm.
whole.
What was it
Because,
you told me last? What you told me last? It was either last or the one before the podcast about the cost of filament in
oh, yeah,
China.
yeah. Like retail cost of filament is like $9
That's
in
so
China.
good.
And that's because they're leveraging cheap labor. They don't have to leverage shipping containers of it. They don't have to deal with middle people needing profits. Like you're buying direct off of the lines, basically. Um, and traditionally, when you can go to a manufacturer directly, so like if you have printed solid near you, you might be able to negotiate a better deal than if it needs to be shipped to you, right? Because I'll be like, hey, let me buy like 5 kilos from you. Can you cut me a deal? Because I'm gonna save you on shipping. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Polar Filament, I know, often does local only sales of like short spools and things like that that don't traditionally go for sale but are great for local makers that just want to get a better deal
Mm.
on it. And it's always valuable to, be able to support local businesses where you can. But certainly when you're doing something on a mass market scale, and Etsy is a mass market scale, to be clear, because now you're compared to people all over the world. You have a couple of things that can set you apart: your price, your marketing, and specifically on the marketing side, the main photo and title. That's the big thing with YouTube videos, right? That CTR that we look for, the click through rate, is all about that title and thumbnail getting you to click it. So like my reply to the guy that said, someone made a video about this already, they updated. I'm like, hey, thanks for coming in, giving us the watch time, and leaving a comment. That's all good for the click-through rate. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. See you later. Um, it is now a system where, because you're on a global scale, if you can't stand out, you're guaranteed, if you can't stand out somehow, differentiation. As a business, you are guaranteed to fail. Businesses only succeed because they carve out some level of market differentiation for themselves, whether it is because they have one of the safest 3D printers on the market, like
Mm.
Construct 3D. Maybe they're playing the absolute cheapest game on the planet, which Elegoo is doing with the Centauri Carbon compared to like a Bamboo P1S. It's what, half the price, if not more than half the price, or less than half the price. So you've got the situation where if you can't carve out a market for yourself, you will fail. So how do people often do it on these marketplaces? They play the price game. And if you're in the United States, or you're in the UK, or you're in certain areas of the EU with a high cost of living, trying to compete with everybody else who is getting materials cheaper than you, labor cheaper than you, and machines cheaper than you, makes it incredibly difficult to maintain a real business when all you're doing is competing on a race to the bottom on price.
I also wouldn't say that. I would say like the biggest issue with just that entire problem as a whole is because Etsy is the marketplace of people.
Right.
You've got so many people who do not value their time. Like they will
Yes.
sell parts at literally like 5 to 10% higher than the cost it took to make,
Mm-hmm.
meaning they didn't value the time it took to do. There's no maintenance in it. Like they're not doing math on the number that they're selling. They're just
Right.
seeing what is the cheapest thing out there and they're reducing it by a quid. And then they're now at the top.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that's sustainable. It
No.
just means they're doing busy work for the sake of busy work. And I see it all the time, like even in bigger industries where they want their machines working and throughput is the word that they keep using. And then you sit back going, if you tripled your price, but you made your customer base a third as big, could you do that? And a lot of the times the answer is yes, but they don't
Yep.
want to because they like the idea of being busy
They like the idea of being
instead of
busy. Yep.
earning money. And I see that is the same issue with Etsy is particularly for the 3D printing side, because it is a very simple process for some of the lower hanging fruit items. Take a flexi dragon. I don't like talking about flexi dragons
But
because there's
that's what
such a stigma
sells.
to them,
The
but that is
the
what
dragons
sells.
sell. The dragons sell.
And you'll just see somebody going like, "Oh, I bought an A1 Mini for 200 quid.
Mm-hmm.
I put one reel of filament in and I printed off 20 dragons. Well, to make my money back, I need to sell a dragon at £2 each." And that's it. That's all they really do. And then it doesn't destroy the market. It does just flood it with not even low quality, but just like middling quality
Yeah.
tat that doesn't have any of the main benefit of what Etsy themselves as an entity wanted, which is the handcrafted effort to
Yep.
go into products. And from a designer point of view, I pick up on effort. I don't pick up on product quality. I pick up on how much effort it took to build something more than I do everything else. And printed parts don't have a lot of effort because you can tell they're just done on a machine. And I see that as the big issue with what Etsy are facing and why they've sent this email out, even though their policy change kind of is doing nothing. I do think it's to scare off a lot of those flexi dragon makers where
Yep.
it might be a kid, it might just be somebody who's got a machine and they went, "Hey, you should sell that and you could earn some money." Like I feel it's that same level of they've got a machine, they want to use it, but they don't necessarily understand what they're doing with it. And that is why I think Etsy have come out with the policy change, just to apply pressure on that lower end. So the quality hopefully goes up.
So this is cool
Hopefully.
because since you haven't watched Print Fix Friday, you don't know my opinion on this, and my opinion is vastly different from yours on this.
Oh, okay. So I'll continue then because it might trigger you off a bit. I think this policy change is 100% good. Like it's needing to be done. I think the amount of low energy tat that has been put on Etsy and is flooded the really the creators that make good stuff where they make their own designs or they put effort into it
And
to
they're
make it
pricing
that they don't even need to make
accordingly.
their own design. Yeah, like there is a segment of people who care about what they do and they put effort into what they do, and just because it's 3D printed does not mean it's low effort, is then flooded with people who put the cheaper stuff on from files they haven't made themselves. They haven't bothered licensing it, and it's just they got a machine and they printed something plastic. I kind of see this as a self-imposed punishment. Like the community as a whole have allowed people to make things much easier, and therefore we're flooding a professional marketplace with the equivalent of going to Paris outside of the first airport, and there's just 50 guys with just tap on the road trying to sell you low effort things. I think it's that, and they're cracking down on it. So I think it's good that they are punishing the community to force the standards to go higher. Hopefully that hasn't triggered off half the community, because it probably has.
Well, so and I want to be clear that personally, if you want to play this game, play the game. And I will almost guarantee you will do more sales than 3D Musketeers. But I will also almost guarantee you that you will make considerably less net profit after labor than 3D Musketeers will. We are a high margin, low volume business, right? While we have a ton of machines, we do that because our customers have ebbs and flows to them, where it's feast or famine. It's a very common thing with service-based businesses, where you need 10,000 machines one week and you need like 10 the next. And what we do is we say, okay, our average capacity is around 20 to 30 machines. I want minimally double that, right? In the event that we have an emergency job, we likely have availability for it without having to play the opportunity cost game of who can be late and me not get in trouble. No, I just go run another machine. And because we price the way that we do, the machines can sit idle for weeks, months, and outside of taking up shelf space, there is no detriment to me whatsoever, because the machines don't owe us anything. They're paid for. I was looking at my numbers. The fastest we've ever paid off a machine was 34 hours. From getting it to getting paid to getting the machine fully paid for, 34 hours. And I'm not talking about a $300 machine here. I'm talking about a $1,000 machine. It paid for itself within 2 days. Now,
That's impressive.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that, right? I'm very happy with that number. Is that realistic in most cases? No. I think the Prusa XL took 3 weeks to pay for itself, but that's also like a $4,500 machine. But yeah, we have machines that have paid for themselves in less than 2 days, but the stuff that comes off of it is very expensive. And quite frankly, it probably could have happened faster, but the print was so large that the print took 27 of those 34 hours. The rest of those hours were getting the machine unboxed, set up, calibrated, and then getting it running. So the first print was the thing that fully paid for the machine, which is always a cool thing in business. Saul with the $10. Thank you, sir. Saul T. Rectum. Hardly heard of him. Never heard of him. Thank you, Saul. Appreciate it, buddy. By the way, I don't know if it is up, but we have released new shirts. We have this Victoria's Spring collection is available on the website now, shop.30musketeers.com. But we will be releasing a bit of a funny shirt here in the next day or two, because I was without internet for 16 hours. And, well, when your job is all online, that's a problem. So the shirt says I'm on the Spectrum and I'm dropping packets, and it is a legally distinct Spectrum Corporation logo. But I'm making this because at one point Saul changed his name to Spectrum Customer Support, and it was hilarious because, like, for a second I'm like, wait, what? Who's in my chat right now? And then I realized when I went and looked at the profile, it was Saul. But yes, there will be a shirt coming out that says I'm on the Spectrum and I'm dropping packets. And as a neuro-spicy individual, it's also a bit of a double entendre for days when I'm having a dropped packet kind of mind day. It is a phenomenal shirt, all hand-drawn here in the States by local artists out of Ringling College down in Sarasota. So we're very, very happy about that. Anyways. Yeah.
Not a Flexi Dragon, actually made by a person.
Actually made by a person. We pay them, and we are setting up a commission system where we can pay the designers on top of the hourly rate that we pay them, but be able to pay them as their designs sell. I do think that's a really nice thing to do. It's not a requirement, right? A lot of designers are just used to getting an hourly rate and then that's it. But I think if the shirt or whatever it is sells really well, they should be earning extra money for it, because I'm earning a lot of profit. And so we want, well, not a lot of profit, but I'm earning profit from it. And we want to be able to do that. And I guess it's a good time to remind people to leave a like, get subscribed. And if you do want to join, our Discord is available at the $10 tier and higher. Yes, it is pay gated, but any of the businesses in that Discord will tell you we offer a ton of business advice. And I'll give you some advice here in just a second that I think is incredibly valuable for anyone out there who is a service business in the 3D printing industry. But that $10 gets you access to other 3D printing businesses where we just help each other out. We're not worried about people's markets. We're not worried if we're competing with each other. We just do our best to help each other out. The deal is there's a huge pie. Don't fight over the same slice. That's a very, very easy thing to do. But we also have after show hangouts where after the show, both Jacob and myself will be in our Discord hanging out. And of course, during the show, I'm sure they're currently hanging out making fun of us. So it is a good place. You'll get a lot of real world answers, a lot of real world, responses to your questions. They might not be the nicest from time to time, but they're real, and real is a big deal. So the Nocturnus is in there. He said, can confirm, always worth the price of admission. Put the kettle on Gromit, said agreed. Awesome advice, very helpful. I know Reliance 3D's in there. He streamed his entire Core 1 build to the Discord, and we just popped in and out throughout the day. It was pretty cool. But here is your free business advice. Jacob kind of gave it, but I'm going to be very, very clear with it. Whatever your price is, double it. I don't care what you're charging. Double your price. If you lose half of your customers, right? On average, there are some of your customers that are very price dependent. There are some that aren't. They're solution dependent. Okay? If you double your price and lose 50% of your business, have you lost money?
No.
No. In fact, you've made money because what you've done is you've freed up time. Let's say you had 20 customers. You doubled your price. Now you have 10. How much are those 10 customers worth of time going to give you back? That is emails, phone calls, slicing, editing files if they need it, printing, maintenance, failure rates, packing, shipping, all of this. Your net profit goes up when you up your price. I understand that the average person will sit there and say, no, I want to be as cheap as humanly possible because that's what's going to get me lots of sales. And while it will get you lots of sales, it will not make you a lot of profit, generally speaking. I'm sure there are edge cases where there are companies making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in net profit. But on average, your first-time person getting into this industry will not have that kind of success and are more likely to fail trying. Maybe they'll learn a lesson, but often it demotivates people from trying again because the thing that they saw worked for others didn't work for them. So just be careful. I understand that some people will say, like Nick T said, that's a fast way to lose business. I'm not certain if that's the doubling your price thing or if that's the, suicidal race to the bottom on price. But if you get inundated with orders and nobody is telling you, well, that seems expensive, you're not cheap. Well, yep. You're too cheap, to be clear. You need to provide...
It's even worse when they tell you you are too cheap. Oh, and then you know you're too cheap.
I had this happen. I will forever be indebted to a architecture friend of mine who we were doing a project for. I sent him an invoice. I was very happy. It was like a $500 invoice. We were making good money on this. I was very happy. And he replied back to me saying, are you sure this is the right number? I believe we talked about it being at least 1,000 more than this. And I called him and said, we didn't discuss that. He said, I know we didn't discuss that. I've given you the opportunity to send me a new bill for $1,500 because I'm normally paying at least $2,500 for this work. He said, so at $500, anyone who's he said, in this industry, if you charge $500 for what you just did, they're going to tell you that they're not going to use you because you're too cheap. If you charge $1,500, you're going to raise an eyebrow or two, but you're going to get a lot of business. He said, If you charge 2,000, no one's going to raise an eyebrow. They're going to look at you as a low-cost provider. And if you can provide valuable information about how you're producing better quality to lower price, they'll take you. He said, but if you are happy with your margins at 500, you're very happy with your margins at 2,000. I said, indeed I am. And I learned through the grapevine that he really enjoyed a particular bison grass vodka. It's from Poland, Zubrowka. Someone will know it and they'll put it in the chat. And from that day on, every single time that he brought us a project, I cut him a good deal and I gave him a bottle of that bison grass vodka. Because the bottle is the thank you. Because he taught me a valuable lesson without having me hurt myself. Because realistically, they could have taken crazy advantage of this, told everyone that they have, that they can build these products for $1,500, had me do the work for $500, give themselves $1,000 profit, and still undercut everybody in the industry. Instead, they chose to teach us a lesson. And so that is where I say I want to pass that on to you all and say, understand the market that you're in, because you don't want to be the low-cost provider, because you're going to miss those that care about solving the problem, and you're only going to get the ones that only care about price. Zubrowka. Yes. Duff put it in the chat. Zubrowka. Zubrowka, maybe? I don't know. It's bison grass vodka. Apparently it pairs nicely with apple juice. I still have a bottle. I have most of a case still, but I have one of the original bottles out of the first case that we bought still in my house, and one day I will open it, but, W is a V sound. Okay. Zubrowka. Okay. Sure. Thank you, sir. Yeah. While I am half Polish, I don't know Polish. Sorry. But, so Evil Twin Skippy, I have a twin, that's funny, said, my price rate is basically triple the material and labor costs, knowing that about a third is going to be eaten in marketplace fees, marketing, etc. I do factor in about $1 an hour on top of that to factor in wear and tear on the printers.
Are we going to get into
we can
what we charge? I'm happy to.
So I will not tell you how we bill. We have a full spreadsheet that we've built with I know it's over 15. I believe it's 17 variables total. One of those was the customer nice? There's literally an asshole tax on our quoting sheet that we have.
Oh, that explains so much why my prices are always awful from you.
Well, okay, most of my customers aren't, but every now and then someone is a real jerk about it. And it adds, if the part is under $50, it adds $20. If the part is over $100, it adds $50. And it's just BYAA because you're an asshole. It's businesses do this all the time. They just won't tell you, right? I'm happy to talk about it, and quite frankly, maybe this is the first time that we do a call-in show toward the end. But you will have to call the company phone number because we don't have all of that set up. But if you are a business and you want to talk about your pricing and all of that live on the air, I will let you know when to call in, and I'll just put you on speaker. But I swear, if you all make this a problem, this will be a one and done, and we'll never do it again. But I will
David
say,
Konashova saying he charges $3 an hour with triple the material price. I'm starting to see a pattern here.
I'm still more than three times that.
Yeah, I'm seeing a pattern where people, even in our community, which I like to think are more turned on about this than the general.
All right.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but I'm going to make fun of you because I can't.
Yeah, look at you. But no, that $3 an hour, if you think that's high, it's not high.
No.
It's really not high.
No.
So you know the price of my machines, Grant, but for anyone who doesn't, they're expensive. We are easily 50% higher than the most expensive Bamboo Lab at the moment.
Yep.
Straight up. We constantly, as our number one comment, because we filter them and we do them for like quarterly reviews, our number one comment Our printers are too cheap. Our printers are multi-thousand-pound machines. They are too cheap.
Yep.
And this also goes for whenever we quote prices when we print, because we are not a print service. We are not as good as Grant is when it comes to figuring out what to charge. We have systematically got this lovely Excel graph where we have only 6 fields we put in, which is material, time, machine time, design time, and electricity, and it automatically calculates everything else. We have got those numbers out, and then I think to myself, what will Grant do? And then I put a 0 at the end, and then I sent the quote out to somebody, and I told Grant how happy I was that I did a good. I added a 0. I increased our profit margin on this part by like 1,000%. And Grant turned around going, "Oh yeah, you could have like 5 times that price." I'm like, "God damn it."
Yep. It happens, right? And part of getting into this industry is understanding who your target audience is, and the Nocturnist does a very good job of depicting this. He said, but remember, lots of us are selling to people rather than companies. There's a big difference. And there is, right? We are primarily a B2B and B2G. So that's business to business and then business to government. We do some B2C, which is business to consumer. But it's not common because we're too expensive. There are people locally that have like 2 bamboo printers that will print for a quarter of our price, if not less. And when people say, hey, I'm shopping around for the lowest price, what can you do on this? I say, I know for a fact we are not the lowest. We're politely going to no bid this project. I don't even look at the files. If someone tells me that they are trying to find the lowest price provider, we don't even attempt, because I know we're not. And I refuse.
I think that's a really good bit to point out is
yeah, saying
coming
no
to
is
people
okay.
like Grant, coming to people like me, we will not give you the cheapest prices anymore. And that's the good bit, because you don't want to go to a mass manufacturing, they give you a file and they'll print it and it goes back and there's nothing you can do if it's bad.
Yep.
Most of the time, if you spending money, you want it to be a good part. And part of going to people like on Etsy, where it's a person, it's not a mass manufactured
Mm-hmm.
automated system, is they will sit down for a bit of extra money and they will make sure it's what you want and they will work with you. Like the biggest thing I see is that if you use a print service like Xometry or the PCB Way printing service, that sort of stuff, is you give them the file and then it's up to them. And there
Yep.
is no backward and forward level of communication that if you're wanting something printed and you don't have the technology, you kind of need that communication. You need to know what is the output, what are you expecting, what is your expectations versus the machine
Like
expectations.
what
Well, that is
orientation
a
is it
big
going to
one.
print in? Like that kind of
Yeah.
stuff matters. If it's not printed in the
Like, yeah,
correct
you could make
orientation,
it cheaper.
yeah.
You could give it to somebody that's going to do them for like $5 an hour and that's it.
Yep.
But you're going to lose all of that level of, I need to know this. I
Yep.
need to work with you. What if the part is unprintable because you had a 3 mil hole for a 3 mil pin? It's never going to work. You want somebody to spend that time to look over it and go, oh, I noticed this. Let's change it.
Yep.
Whereas you could save $5 or $10 on a part if it's a cheap part, and then you get nothing because you've got a part that you can't use. And that is like the big difference between coming to people like us and going to Etsy versus an online service.
Like you'll see if you go to my website, we do not have an auto quoter on the website. We don't. And chances are we never will. Every job that we do is manually quoted. And there is time associated with that. But it's because we want to know about the job. We had someone send us some parts that came in and they looked really weird. Like the part was beautiful, but then it had this really big cylinder at the bottom of it. I'm like, why? Like, what is this for? Because understanding what it's for can help us better determine how to manufacture it. I learned it was a sprue. They're loss casting the stuff in brass. So the standard 0.2 millimeter layer height is not appropriate for this. So we quoted them at 0.05 millimeter layer height, so 50 micron layer height on FDM. We asked if they wanted resin because we can do casting resin. They said no. We want, we still want to do it with filament because we're still in the prototyping stages. Okay, no problem. And I gave him a price. The original price would have been something like 30 or $40. The new price was $70. And like, Jacob has led you into like what my markup is. My markup is quite significant. And they
Maybe
said,
a
okay,
tiny little part.
let us clean up the file. Yeah, they're pretty small. It's like a 3.5 hour print. But they said, let us clean this up a little bit more. We'll send you new files for a final quote. Okay, no big deal. And they said we were the only ones that asked that question, that they sent the files to. This customer doesn't care about the price. They want the solution. I called them. Instead of emailing them back, when you submit a form on our website, you have to put a phone number in there. I called them and said, hey, look at these files. What's going on? Let's talk about it. Let me understand what you're trying to do so that you have a better result. And they said that expertise is valuable to them. That's what we do. We specialize on providing expert advice on the work rather than specializing on being cheap. Real quick, Christopher Elliott asked about the Prusa pricing calculator. So Prusa put out a blog years ago with a pricing calculator. So it will...
I remember that.
Yeah, you give it... So I have it.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the chat for those that want to
In
see it.
reality, I would just ignore it.
Actually,
it's
not bad.
It's good, but it also lacks nuance.
It's
a generalist piece of software.
It's way better than it used to be. I think it's been updated last I looked at it. So print info, you provided a G-code file. It'll tell the printing time and hours and minutes and the filament weight. So it'll pull it from your G-code file. You give it a filament type, spool price, and spool weight. You provide a markup percentage. What's the highest it lets you mark up? Only 100%. Okay, well, fine. You can do more math. You want to mark up more than 100%.
I'm looking at the website now, and all of this information is available in the slicer as it is.
Well, not the electricity cost, not the labor cost.
Yeah, it is.
You can put in... Oh, yeah, I guess you can put in how much your energy is.
You can put electricity cost.
Yeah, I just don't. I just don't.
I don't.
But this is good if you're trying to get a rough idea. I do agree that there is some more nuance associated with this. However, it is a problem where it's not nuanced enough, right?
Like, there's a big difference between printing dragons versus bespoke art pieces. And even though they cost the same amount of time and they take the same amount of material, there is a cost difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what these pieces of
it's a good starting
lack.
Point. Yeah.
Like, it'll guarantee you don't lose money, but it won't guarantee you're making the right money.
I highly recommend that you can start with this. I think that that's appropriate to start with it. But then it's better to go further, right? More nuance. I would rebuild this in Excel if I was you.
That's what we did. Ours is all in Excel.
Yeah.
We also have like two different forms on Excel if it's small objects or big objects. Because if you're doing loads of small objects, there's a higher failure rate. And also the value of small objects, because it's volumetric, becomes like infinitesimally cheap when it shouldn't be. Like, people will value like a pen at £1, but then value a box that uses 1,000 times more material at £6. There is a really big difference behind the amount of material in something small, which is almost nothing, and the amount of material in something big, and somehow they will make the small thing more expensive because it's denser. I don't know the psychological impacts of price versus size, there is that size.
There is some psychological difference. And when we look at these Etsy sellers, they're playing to that psychological difference. So when we were filming the Print Fix Friday video, I went to the Etsy 3D printing page. I clicked on the first dragon link that I found because it said it started at $2.99.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
It was for like a tiny little mini dragon. I looked at and said, there's no way that uses more than like 50 grams of filament. So in my mind, those are the purge blocks for the bigger dragons. Like, in my mind, that's what I would use, is like, I would use these smaller dragons as purge for the bigger ones, and then I'd sell them for, basically material cost. But you're gonna pay like $8 in shipping and or whatever it is. But your psychology, and thank Uncle Bezos for this, by the way. This is pretty much all on Amazon at this point. We are psychologically drawn to the lowest cost providers because as a user, we recognize that if everything else is the same, why would I pay more money for the same thing when I can get it for less from somebody else? Have you driven an extra 5 miles to pay 10 cents less on a liter of fuel? A lot of
Yep, and
people have.
it drives me insane because I tell mum this all the time, is the fuel cost to get
To
four
get
pence
to the
less
cheaper
is gonna
fuel.
cost more than
Yep.
just filling up next to you.
Yep. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I will generally plan my fuel ups on my trips, right? Um,
See, I don't. I just fill up and then break down into tears when I see the price tag. Just like, I can't fuel my car with my tears.
I just always go to Costco, and because I go to Costco pretty much every Saturday, I just fill up when I'm there. Super simple. Now I have to put premium in my car because it's Spark Nox. Unless I put premium in it, that's a whole nother conversation for another day.
But is it premium or is it
Shut
American
up.
premium?
It's American premium. Yeah, it's 93
Oh, so it's
octane.
like, oh. I'm not going, no. I'm going that. I was expecting you to say something higher than that.
Yeah, no, it's like 93 or 95 octane. It's not. Yeah,
Bloody
it's not
ass water
much.
is what you're putting in your car.
Well, it's 23 years old, Jacob. My car is almost as old as you are. It's fine. It's better than the ass water you're putting in your body.
Hey, that's true. I love destroying my body. I'm the Usain Bolt of destroying my body.
Jesus. But yeah, so this perspective of I just have to be cheaper, I just have to be cheaper if I want to build a big print farm is like, to me, it's not there, right? It's not there for me because a lot of people don't understand the value of their own time. Okay. That's where I think this whole doing business on Etsy falls through, right? Like, if you are going to consult with us professionally, you are paying $150 an hour for my time. Minimum. You're paying $150 an hour for my time. Often I'm billing around $250 an hour for my time. It depends on what we're doing. So like if we're scanning, I bill $150 an hour for my time, $200 an hour for the machine time, $350 an hour combined. If it is for consulting, where we are doing like, hey, I want to build a print farm for my business to bring it all internal rather than having to outsource it, it's $250 an hour. Currently, price is subject to change because expertise is brought to the table. I've been in this industry for 17 years as a hobbyist, like what, 14, 15 as a professional, owning businesses in this industry for 15 years now. So it matters. Your time matters. But let's say you want to pay yourself $30 an hour. You're spending 10 minutes to slice the files, making sure they're good, another minute or two to get it transferred to the machine. You're going to clean your build plate. You're then going to run the print. From there, you have to clean up the machine. You have to clean up the part, take it off the build plate, pack it into a box, make the shipping label, print the shipping label, attach the shipping label, and then bring the part to the post office. Do you notice how all of that is added time? That added time is things that you need to get paid for. And if you're not getting paid for it, you're losing money. The last thing we want to see is people losing money, but it happens so often because they don't understand the value of their own time.
Yeah, like I'm literally going through the Etsy store and I just put 3D printed in.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, the amount of low effort just tact
Yep.
on the 3D printing side, it's embarrassing. Like,
Some of them
yeah,
are
I
just
get
stealing
it.
each
There's
other's
so many.
photos. Like they're just stealing each other's
Yeah.
photos, right?
I mean,
It's
like, we've got people selling Roctopuses and Flexi Dragons, and there's no originality in
there is. You're just not going to find it on the
pretty
first
much
couple of
anything.
pages.
It's just not going to be there because this is what people expect now from 3D printed stuff is there is now a stigma that it is well, it's bad. Because we're the only thing we're seeing is hell. No, I'm going to go back a little bit further. I went to a little like Comic Con local event in my city. I've been to big Comic Con events, they're always fun, but I went to a little local Comic Con event. Local, like Lincoln is not a big city. It's
No,
only
it's
got like
not. It's
20,000
very
people in.
small.
It is a quite a rural city. It is like the biggest one up north of this type in the Midlands. But that's not going too far. There were at most 50 stalls at this Comic Con event. Like it was a small event. We had three dedicated only to selling Flexi Dragons. And then I just sit back and I go, why? Why is nobody able to see the fact that if you have three stalls selling the same thing, you have now depreciated the quality of that because now they know it's not one person making it. And it's the same on Etsy, is if you have three people selling the same filament of just a part, how do I know you're not the same person? And I'm going to assume you're not. Well, what's the genius behind it? What is the craftsmanship that goes into any of this? Because it isn't. It's just you pressed print, walked away, and now you've got all these rainbow colored crap. And
So
it
here's where it
winds me
gets even
up.
more interesting. You can buy these 3D printed dragons in bulk out of China.
Yeah. You can get
So how
injection
did
molded 3D printed dragons
well
out of China.
let's ignore the injection molding stuff right now. Let's look at the fact that you could have an entire business selling these models and not own a 3D printer.
And you
Because
know what?
you can
I
buy
don't even
them.
blame China. I don't blame China.
Yeah.
China is probably doing the one right thing. They probably have one centralized area to do all of it.
No, well, the companies that
It,
sell them do, but what they're doing is they're taking advantage of machine downtime to produce stuff and then sell it in bulk, right?
yep.
And don't hate the player here, hate the game. The game has become this, and I think that's what Etsy's cracking down on. I believe that this new change is actually more for to allow Etsy to skirt dealing with DMCA stuff. So, hear me out. IP theft is rampant on Etsy, be it from
Oh,
fan art that is very clearly not original IP, right? Like, fan art is not covered legally. It's not legal. You can't sell fan art. If you want to give it away, that's fine. You can't sell it. You don't own the intellectual property. I don't care if you designed it from scratch. You don't own the intellectual property. We have talked with actual attorneys on this podcast about this, and they say the same thing. It's not legal. The thing is, a lot of places don't care because it's not enough. They're not getting hurt enough from this to deal with the attorneys and what it costs to go after people that are committing these IP theft violations. But look at it further from like, and Cinderwing is one of the few people that we could find on like Patreon that had put out a statement about all this stuff already. What if you took Cinderwing files for personal use and used it for commercial use? What is Cinderwing to do here? They now have to spend all their time finding the people that are stealing their stuff, file DMCA takedowns, and now there's a legal process that has to go through where the person saying, I own this, has to prove that you don't have the rights to use it. Etsy can now say, no, we're not dealing with this anymore. You file a DMCA, we're going to pull this right off the site immediately. And then if someone wants to fight it, they can fight it. But this allows Etsy to immediately, without any legal recourse whatsoever, to pull it down because it violates their terms of service. I don't see Etsy unilaterally applying this must clause. I see them utilizing it in maybe not so much edge cases, but specific cases of IP theft. And if it is someone that is consistently guilty of IP theft and they just don't say, no, I actually have the rights to do this, then they can ban their account. I think this is the easier way of policing intellectual property while getting around the kind of arduous DMCA system, but still allowing the system to operate, just not operate the legal way, operate the TOS way, the terms of service way, which
It's kind of like
to
the
me is
YouTube
safer.
approach of let
Exactly.
them put anything on and only take it down if they get pissy that it's up there.
Exactly. And see, the big thing is, and we get this all the time, it's why you will rarely hear us using background music anymore in our live streams, because we use royalty-free music, but that royalty-free music, someone has claimed it, and they will put a copyright claim. It's not different than a strike, it's a claim, where what will happen is all the money that video earns goes into escrow for 30 days, where you have the ability to say, no, this is legal, here's the license that we're using, yada yada. And then YouTube goes back to the person that said, hey, no, this is mine. And then they have an opportunity to refute it. They never do. See, the trick is if you don't respond and refute it within 30 days, all that money from that stream in perpetuity now goes to the person that claimed the false copyright claim. What they do is they hope that your channel is big enough that you don't care about it, and the money that you receive from that goes to them indefinitely. And that is one of those like key things where this could come to bite Etsy in the butt, right? If they don't have a way of dealing with
I don't think
people.
it will.
It,
I think this is a good move on Etsy's part. It gives them legal protection.
it gives them legal protection, yes, which is the big thing. Because if they don't want to like follow DMCA proceedings, which I can promise you, pretty much nobody does, right? Literally, DMCA proceedings are what the entire benchy BS started from, was because Prusa, or Prusa Slicer, I should say, in an abundance of caution, removed benchy models because somebody filed a DMCA request, and it wasn't Creative Tools, and then the company that worked with Creative Tools. It wasn't them. But Prusa doesn't know this. It's not their job to know this. It's not even their job to validate that the person doing it has the rights. It's your job as the designer or the person that posted the model to validate that they are that they are incorrect. You are guilty until proven innocent. That's the problem. And so when the internet went crazy, it wasn't even Creative Tools' fault. Now, ultimately, there was a success at the end of this where it was put into full open source, public domain, and all of that. But, dude, the initial challenge was rough. Everyone was pointing fingers at Creative Tools, and now the company that had bought them, they were pointing fingers at Prusa. They were making all these wild claims as the internet does without doing a dime of digging. I dug.
It was a right powder keg of.
Yeah, it was a massive powder keg. And myself and Zach Friedman were the only two that ever bothered to do any research. Zach's video is objectively better because he actually like went to an attorney and got an attorney to speak on this. We didn't. I've spoken with enough attorneys throughout the day that I know how this works. But and Zach is thanked personally in that open source when they like public domained it. He is thanked personally because that video that he made, because it got a ton of views, really helped bring attention to it. We got ours out before Zach did, but we don't have the audience that Zach has. That's life sometimes. But I'm glad that something came of it. There is, of course, an issue where this could happen as well, and Etsy will have to deal with it as it comes. But I believe that this is just an easy way for Etsy to get around DMCA and dealing with kind of the BS that comes with it. I don't think they're going to...
I really didn't think about it from that aspect.
Yeah.
And I think you're right.
I don't see them unilaterally enforcing this. They don't care.
Well, their emails so far have just been so...
vague.
Devoid of harsh wording. Like, they are intentionally, like, kind of skirting around what they really want to do.
It's like that email was written completely by a legal department.
Mm.
Right?
Oh, mm.
So there's one user that did email Etsy, and we emailed them, but we never got we haven't gotten a reply back yet. So at this point, it's too late. Um, but their response to them was just, "You're fine as long as you're following the rules." Well, the rules are vague. Like there's an issue. Fruitanical Ware says a 3D printer selling IP violating prints at our city's market. Like, is no one checking who they approve? It's straight illegal. They're not. They don't care.
Yeah, no one's tracking.
So here's the funny thing. Etsy, from a business perspective, wants as much IP violating user BS as they can. Because as we said in Print Fix Friday, Etsy is guaranteed to make money when you make a sale. You are not. You pay platform fees to Etsy. That is their profit minus the credit card processing fees and all that. That's their money. They don't. They have a guarantee, right? And you can pay to have your stuff up there. You can pay to have it further, and you can pay to have it higher up in the search list. There are ways to pay Etsy to do better for you. But Etsy is guaranteed money. You're not. So people are like, oh, Etsy's going to get rid of everything. Like the Tom's Hardware article was like, to me, I'm like, this is the exact opposite of what Etsy would do. Because as a business, if they can turn a blind eye to illegal fan art and stuff like that, they not only can, but they should. Because they are profit motivated as a business. They are not the police. It is not their job to police it. And so
And on top of that, there's also like the aspect of copyrighted stuff and IP infringing stuff tends to be popular.
Yes.
There's a reason there's IP on it is because it's popular and the original company can earn a load of money from it.
Yep.
And the issue they have is they aren't saturating all of the areas that they could profit from, which is where the makers come in. And they're like, oh, we could do this. And some people like that. And that is where money is made.
Yep.
And of course, Etsy will want you to violate those IP rights because you're going to make something that's more profitable. You're going to sell more of them because it's something somebody likes. Like, think of Game of Thrones. How many Game of Thrones things you saw. I think I was told by like an actual product designer that the amount of licensed Game of Thrones things were only in like the sub 20s. Everything else was just on that borderline, and they were happy with it because it was so popular, it fed into itself to make the show more popular, and that's where they earned their money.
Yep.
So even they turned a blind eye. But it's the same with what Etsy is doing. Like, and it's the right thing to do, morally, not legally, is to allow people to make what they want, even if it breaches IP law, because that's what people want. Like, hell, I bought Lilo and Stitch things that I 100% did not check into for reasons, because it probably wasn't official.
Right.
But it was cute and it was great, and the person I gave it to really likes Lilo and Stitch, so I was like, there you go, have a Lilo and Stitch thing, and they appreciate it. Like, Disney aren't going to go out their way to make a very hyper bespoke thing for one person, but a maker might.
Oh, there's a whole thing with Disney. There's a whole thing with Disney where Disney copied a 3D model that somebody made. And you remember that one where like the person had even signed it, and Disney even copied like some of their hidden signature stuff and is selling it as a product. Like, and see, the thing is, Disney is wrong, but the person is first wrong. Right? And so I believe an attorney would tell them, drop it. You don't want to go to court with them. Disney
ignoring the fact it's Disney with their lawyers.
Yeah, Disney
anything legal with Disney is drop it. You don't want to deal with
Disney sued the state of Florida. Okay.
Didn't they win as well?
It depends on who you ask. But yeah, Disney has effectively infinite money. They have infinite money, right? Yes, of course, there's eventually a limit to it. Disney has enough money that anyone that is watching is saying, I'm going to sue Disney. You can't afford it. If Disney is even remotely smart, they'll just sit you in court with discovery BS until you run out of money. right?
Oh, they
Like,
don't even need to do that. They can literally turn around because they're so rich and just go, "Hey, can we have a continuance for next month?" Done. And then immediately once they go, "Can we have a continuance?" That's an extra like £20,000 you've just had to burn because it's more time.
yeah.
And they will do that on repeat because it's what they can do.
And so Guerrilla Technology says that, well, the moment there's evidence that Etsy knows there's an IP violation, Etsy doesn't act, they are liable. I actually disagree on this. If you read Etsy's terms of service, it very clearly states now that you are selling things that you have the intellectual property to. Etsy is
Yeah.
literally removing themselves, saying, we are the FedEx and Kinkos of the world. We're not the police, right? If
Yeah,
something was
I think it's very
stolen,
similar to what
you need to
YouTube
deal with
did.
it. Yeah, it's
I
exactly
think
what I
YouTube did
do.
the same, where they literally turned around and they went, "There's too much content. We can't police ourselves. Let's put the ownership on the creators.
Yep.
And then we will just step in, favoriting the IP lawyer side
Yep.
the moment that they flag something. Because it's honestly impossible to police all of YouTube. There's way too much. And I think they went to court to like get that settled. Uh, there was like this massive, like multi-year long like legal battle with I think it might have actually been Disney, but it was large content creation houses such as like Pixar and that sort of thing. And they turn around going, "Yep, we're just going to implement this." And the courts agreed that it was a fair way to self-police is only do the policing once it's brought to their attention. Because
And
otherwise, I could create an Etsy store
yeah,
today, sell one object, close the store. Are you expecting a person to come and verify that?
you
No.
can't. And like
It's you can automate half of this.
YouTube has an automation system that basically looks for identical videos. So it's a content identification. So they scan your video and they scan your audio, and you can get a content match. So someone had taken one of our shorts, uploaded it as theirs, and we got a content match notification on it. And when I checked, yep, they were violating our intellectual property. I filed a whole thing about it, and it was gone. They removed it because we filed a thing about it. Some creators do, some creators don't. Will Etsy implement something like that? Who knows? That's only, any assumptions there are conjecture at best. But I believe, and I guess, our assumptions here are conjecture at best too. Um,
Great time to say that we are not legal advice. We are not any of that.
yeah, no, the actual system with this, if Etsy does for some reason go scorched earth against,
Sorry,
creators
just
that are,
take over. Somebody got to my front door, and I think everyone else is asleep in the
yeah,
house.
you're fine. So if Etsy does actually go scorched earth with the other sellers out there, like ones that are selling licensed models, it would financially cripple Etsy. I can almost promise you that a bulk of Etsy's business is coming from people that are licensing the work of creators like Cinderwing and a Guy Beer and ones like that, right? Or Lucky 13 or even Piled 3D, who's in here. I believe they do that kind of thing too. You know, people are, oh, he's got Amazon boxes, let's go. People are inclined to do what makes the most sense. And if it doesn't make sense, why would Etsy do this? From a business standpoint, it makes no sense. Etsy wants to maintain these people because they make money doing it. Rusty's Mustang Garage. Someday you should do a deep dive on how to run the business, particularly getting clients, but don't give away too much. We got a lot of people saying that. I referenced it, whether it was in Pretty Fix Friday or a previous video, and they're like, yeah, we'd love to know how you do it. I don't. If we do it, it'll be on a podcast. And so the way that someone had asked this, and I said, oh, what we should do is just give Jacob a bunch of questions, then he interviews me.
Well, that
Right?
could be fun, actually.
Like, that would be the way to do it. It wouldn't be me telling things in a video because I'm going to cut out everything that I think is valuable that could result in people stealing customers from us. But it's also why you don't see us posting a lot of the work that we do because of non-disclosures. Like, customers that are publicly listed on our website, A lot of them we haven't worked with in at least 2 years because that's how long the NDAs last. And once the NDAs are up, I can now talk about us doing work with them, right? And if they want to enter into another one, that's fine. But during that time that we weren't under an NDA, I can talk about, you know, that we worked with that client. That's why you see the Smithsonian, you see Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, you see Snoop Dogg and a few others that we've worked with on the website, because those are all customers that we've worked with. They're all customers that we've had NDAs with that are now not valid anymore, although we do choose to keep the nature of a lot of those projects secret just to make life a little bit easier. But yes,
Like the only
I'm
problem
open
with
to it.
doing a video like that is it's very easy to leak company black book secrets that you really don't want to leak because it's literally like how the company works and is profitable. There is, if you take most companies, there is only a very small slither between the entire business working and this tiny little bit that
Yep.
allows that to happen. And for especially a printing service, it is how do they work out their pricing? How do they work out which machine to use?
Well,
And those are
that stuff is easy
very
to
small
answer.
choices done at the start. But if
Well,
you give away slightly too much, it could quite
like,
easily mean that you give away what you shouldn't.
how do we do our pricing? We price what we think is reasonable for the parts if it was being custom made by someone, which it is. And if people complain about the price, we ask what about it doesn't work for them. And we try to see if they have a reasonable budget, we might work with them if they're going to be a long-term customer. Like we have a long-term customer that is committing to do a certain amount of business with us every single month. It's called a take or pay
See, I
contract.
wasn't getting at that bit. I was actually getting at the because I think people already know that, like the
You'd
just
be
charge
surprised.
what that it's
No,
required.
dude, you'd be surprised.
Okay, if you guys don't realize, charge what's required. But
Says the
like a
person that
lot of
doesn't
the
charge
time,
what's required.
shut up. Well, I don't know how to figure out how to charge. Now that is what I think a lot of people will ask, and that is the black book stuff. That is the stuff where you go, okay, you need to be looking at this material
It's
percentage,
all about the
how it
question.
affects
Yeah,
this.
it's all about the questions that you ask. And yeah, a lot of it is nuanced. There aren't answers to it that are black and white, like, oh yeah, you ask this question, this answer will tell you, you know, what they can do. But dude, often now, one of my first questions is, what budget do you have for the project? And they'll normally come back and say, well, I just want a quote from you. I said, with all due respect, if we don't know what your intentions are with the project and we're not certain about how much you're willing to spend, we don't want to even look at quoting the job. We don't want to spend the time to do it. Because if your budget isn't realistic for what we ballpark this part is worth, then I don't want to go through the time that it takes to give you a quote. And there's a certain level of respect that has to occur from both sides for that back and forth to work. And it almost always does. Every now and then someone will say,
Mm,
what? You're just trying to get as much money out of me as possible. And like, while technically that is accurate, right? At business, I'm trying to extract as much value as I can. But at the same time, I'm just making sure that I'm not wasting your time and you're not going to waste mine. And if we are, I want to solve the problem for you and get you to someone who's going to help you get things done. So really, I'm just trying to save everybody some time here. Yeah, first question, why have you come to us, Matt's Makerspace? Sometimes that can just be, well, come on, idiot, I want a 3D printed part. You know, there are nicer ways to ask that ask the same question, but without getting the like, what do you think, bonehead kind of answers, right? It is. A lot of this is that
mm.
interpersonal communication, that nuance that I don't really believe email holds up in real life, and you often need to just make a 5-minute phone call. Like with this customer with this take or pay contract, they reached out to us to do 5 pieces. 5 pieces for them, and that's it. I called them to get a better understanding of what this project is, what it's for, so that we can do the right, uh, you know, infill percentages and wall thicknesses and all that. And they said, actually, it's going to, this is the first kind of initial run of a much larger part. And there you go. Now I know what their intention is. I can now work with them to get them a better upfront price if they agree to a long-term production setup, which they did. And I have it contractually obligated that they will pay us X amount of money per month, no matter how many pieces they make. If they go above this amount of money, then they just pay me the difference. If they go below it, or if they go above it, they pay me the extra on top of it. If they go
Yep.
below it, they pay me my bare minimum every single month. And that is how they negotiated a better price. We put them under a take or pay. And if for some reason they don't pay us, I send a nice lawyer, and the lawyer takes care of the problems. We don't do take or pay contracts for small money, to be clear. Like, you have to be doing thousands of dollars a month with us to even consider a take or pay contract, because it's not worth it otherwise. I have to make sure that the attorney's fees are worth it. If you don't, you know, go through with it. But yeah, I think it would be really cool for us to do a reverse interview where you interview me for a show. I don't know what, like, we would, maybe
I
we
don't
do
know what we'd ask. The problem is, like,
Well,
we're
it's a
just
cool
so
thing.
casual with each other now
We don't have
that.
to. We ask the community what they want to know.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, maybe we do it for like episode 250. I know that that's a long way away, but we're on 232, so that gives us, what, 18 more to go?
We can start collecting responses and
Mhm.
store them somewhere.
And 18 divided by 4, it's the better part of 5 months. You know, so it would
That'd be worth it.
it would be like, oh, that might line up really well with Form Next. That might be a cool one to do if we can make it to Form Next
If we can make it in person
and do it in person. Yeah. Yeah, because
Oh,
then
that'd be
you can like
nice.
really see me squirm when you ask a question. But the cool thing is, I can just deflect it and say, you know, unfortunately, we're not going to get that deep into it on this one.
Oh, you can do the universal get out of jail. It's under NDA. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely, as any business should. Like, I'm
And
not.
for anyone who thinks you can say it's under NDA if you go for a job interview, that's not how NDAs work.
No. Yeah, you can be very. So, oh yeah, someone like saying that they're filling a job hole with a fake job that they were under an NDA for. No, you can actually tell me what you did at that job. You can't tell me specifics, but I will tell you, outside of doing like clearance level work, which you would note if you obtained like
I'm glad
secret
you
or top
said
secret
clearance level.
Yeah, if it doesn't require like fundamental levels of background checks where your relatives are being called, your exes are being called, then whatever NDA that you've signed still enables you to talk in, you know, very, very, very basic generics. So
Yeah. You
yeah.
can still say what your job was, just not what your job was. So don't pull that. I catch up on that. Though to be fair, I have now actually finally signed an NDA. That was the only thing we can say is the company name who we signed it for.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Everything else is nothing. Like we cannot even talk about the contract. We can't even say anything past that. It's just we have a NDA with this company. That's it. Can't even tell you what we've done, what machine we were using, any of it.
Yep.
But that's government stuff. That's
Correct.
clearance level.
Yep.
It's the only time we've ever had to sign one, and I'm so happy that we've signed one now.
Yeah, I mean, we've signed NDAs that are like, you can't even talk about the company. And I always push back and say, that's ridiculous. If people know that we work with you, that doesn't change anything. They said, no, it does for us. A lot of times it's actually because they are acting. So they're claiming that they're doing it in-house when they're actually not doing it in-house.
Ooh.
And then I'm like, well, then you have to pay me more, because if you're gonna keep me from marketing that we're doing work for you, well, it won't be about what we're doing. But if I can't put your company's logo on my website, then you have to pay me more money, because I have an opportunity cost of marketing that I can do around this that I now can't do. And only one time was I ever denied and said no. And if you don't sign this, we'll go find somebody who will. It was lucky.
I'm getting completely sidetracked by the chat at the moment. Why is the chat so full of people talking about bread and sandwiches?
Because it's a food podcast that talks about 3D printing.
Am I losing it? I go away to answer the front door. I get back and the entire chat is debating sandwiches.
Yeah, because it's a
And
food
bread.
podcast, right? Duff, how many glizzies
Also,
did you have
sourdough
last
bread is the
week?
best.
Sorry, NDA. Well, Duff, realistically, no one wants to know how many glizzies you partook in last week, you dirty Canadian. Love you, buddy. Duff is in our Discord. We have a good relationship. I am. It's like I always have to like make sure that the context is present. Otherwise, people think I'm just like a xenophobe, and I don't want that. And same
Oh,
old Shane who's here hanging out says because over in the EU it's supper time. Yeah, well, some
that is
people
true.
like Jacob haven't even eaten breakfast yet. I assume.
Don't call me out like that.
I mean, I haven't
How did
either.
you know?
Because you never do.
That is true.
I literally just guessed because statistically you don't. And that's why you're
Oh,
thin as a rail.
I've actually put like 3 kilos on in the last week.
I'm telling you, you just got to go spend a couple of weeks with my mother's cooking because so Jacob's family is gluten free. Well, mom specifically because she's allergic to it. So you got to go hang out with a Cuban lady that cooks both Cuban and Italian food. So there is carbs
Oh,
and gluten with everything, brother. I am heavy for a reason. I like my good food. I'm trying to lose weight. We're working on it,
look,
but
I've been trying so hard to put weight on. I'm actually so happy that I am putting weight on. The only time I got even close to 80 kilos was over the Christmas period. Mum bought me like a cheese board selection of just like big blocks of cheeses and crackers. And the problem is, I ended up in this little, we're definitely on a food podcast now.
yep,
I got on this little cycle of I would eat a block of cheese and all the crackers, but I'd have like a quarter of the crackers left. So I'd have to top it up with more
more
cheese.
cheese.
And then I'd
Correct.
finish the cheese, more crackers, and then you
Yeah.
end up just constantly doing it
Yes.
because you never had the perfect stopping point where you have no crackers and no cheese.
Correct.
I put on like 15 kilos in
And
5 weeks.
that's how you build up a cheese addiction. If you looked at nothing but the cheese drawer in my fridge, you would think that I was on the the SS YouTube money. Okay, because there's a lot of like 1,000 day aged Gouda that Amber loves, but Aldi often has it, and when we find it, we buy a bunch of it because it's aged for 1,000 days. It can sit in your fridge for at least 90, right? And then she'll eat it. It is not my personal thing, but Amber likes it,
Ah.
so that's fine.
And just to annoy the chat even further, yes, pineapple does belong on pizza. It's a perfect acidic way to get rid of the oil. Any chef will tell you acids get rid of oil if you fuck it up. Just do that. Also, it works the other way around. If you put too much salt in, add like citric acid, works great. And then the other side, the best bread, always
It's
sourdough.
always fresh
Fight
sourdough.
me.
Yeah, it's always
Fight
fresh
me.
sourdough. I don't know if you saw Shane's comment saying, "Well, with all those monitors in front of Jacob, I guess he can only afford to eat once a day."
Hey,
he's
these
got
monitors were cheap.
he's
I
got six.
imported
Yeah,
these.
but you still have 6 monitors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is kind of baller. I do
Yeah.
love it.
As
I'm
Shane
afraid
said,
when they
gotta try
break.
the barbecue and fried cheese over here. You'll quickly put on the kilos. And see, that means we have to go visit Shane at some point together, and we'll go get well, Svichkova is the beef with sweet cream sauce. That's the sirloin with cream sauce. I forget what the fried cheese is called, but it's very good. It's literally just a block of Gouda that is basically panko breaded and then deep fried. So
Sign
you're
me up.
getting like a triangle of Gouda.
Instantly, yes.
Yeah, it's considered an appetizer, but Amber orders it as a main course, and it's so good, and it's also just like incredibly affordable.
I mean,
Uh,
that's literally why whenever I see camembert on the starter menu, I'm like, I'm going to regret this later, but I'm buying it.
Camembert
Yes.
is the stinky cheese, right?
Not really. It's not that stinky. They normally bake it and it comes in like a little circle, like baked, and you put bread in and you eat it from that.
Huh.
So it's really gooey. It's really,
So
I'll have to treat you to some. It's great. It's such a good starter
I
that is
wish
also
Amber was
like
here. She could tell
2,000
me.
calories.
She could tell me what the cheese was that we had in Prague. Because it was very stinky. It had a very rough taste to it, but it was so good.
I mean, it
Um,
might have been camembert.
oh, Shane says I can't come. You can go, but I've already hit my limit. But Shane, if I've hit my limit, that means Amber has too. So that means Amber doesn't go. And are you certain that you don't want Amber to go back? Because there's that. Um, Now this is podcasting. Finding none of that boring polymer talk. Don't forget to like the stream. Uh,
This is what you come in for, is us getting sidetracked so much we start talking about our
okay,
favorite
but since we
cheeses.
are sidetracked on food, the local taco place closed, which I should tell you is very difficult. So I'm not certain what they were doing wrong. Uh, but Amber and I both liked it, but the tacos were like $6 a piece. It's a little pricey. I'm assuming that's
That
why
doesn't
it
sound bad.
closed. I don't mind paying 4-ish, but there was a taco truck down the road that would do it for like 3, and the quality
Hmm.
was identical. So maybe
I
that
still
was why.
can't believe your food prices are as cheap as they are.
Yeah. Well, they were just replaced with an Indian restaurant, and so I went there last night. It was their second day opening, and I got some to-go stuff because they had a limited menu, it was on sale and all that. So I got butter chicken and goat roast
Ooh.
biryani.
Ooh.
Because I said I always like to try the goat because it normally has the bones in it. You can generally tell the quality of the meat from the
Yep.
goat roast biryani. But I said, what is another popular dish? They said the butter chicken. I said, am I that white that all you're gonna do is recommend the butter chicken to me?
I was trying to hold back that the butter chicken is like the white
It
person
is. It
choice.
is the white
It's like
person
the,
thing.
oh, I want to have an Indian. What do you get? A
Butter
korma.
chicken.
Or, oh, I want to have an Indian. What do you get? A masala. It's like, oh,
Masala.
it's
Yeah.
just get some of the nice stuff. Get there's so much.
Yeah. So I said, all right, if I wasn't as white as I look, what would you recommend? They said, no, actually, we heavily recommend the butter chicken. I said, all right, fine, I'll get it. It was good to their credit.
I do love butter chicken though.
I do, but I can make it.
Completely unconsequential that I
I
am
can make it my.
pale
I can make it
skinned.
myself. I can make it myself.
I I literally just made some like lovely butter chicken on naan breads as like a really tortured calzone. Don't ask me why I
That's
made a
pretty rough.
calzone out of a naan
Non.
bread and
You're
butter
committing
chicken.
like multiple international atrocities. Okay,
It's okay.
like,
You've seen the quality of food I cook, and then every now and again I just do the chef special of, ah,
but
it'll
the
be
lemon
fine.
drizzle cake though. Shane says Amber has
Oh,
unlimited credit. We have to offset the trauma of working with Grant, so Amber has unlimited credit. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
that's fair.
Dreams
Amber
Void,
is your
Doug.
handler after all.
That's true. Doug with the 2 pounds. The sandwiches are 3D printer related. They have layers. So an onion is too. Takes a bite out of a raw onion.
Hey,
Um,
have you never done that? Raw
I mean,
onion's
I
great.
have, but never for fun.
Raw onion is great, though I will say the last time I was in America, your onions taste like nothing. Your
Yes,
leeks taste like nothing.
this actually brings up something that I wasn't going to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it because it's been on my mind recently. Part of our shop expansion is going to be a full organic farm that a farm bot is going to take care of, and there's a part of my yard that isn't fenced that is way more space than I could use, and the fence is kind of in the way. So the non-fenced areas where we're gonna do the garden, I think, maybe we'll see. But the idea is that we eat from it, but it's also a community garden, so we give it away. But it will be fully taken care of by a farm bot with a laser to
That'll be
kill the
fun.
weeds.
That'll be really fun.
That's really fun. And like we'll only like run the laser during certain hours, and like we'll put PIR sensors, so we know if there's no motion, you can run the laser because there's no danger, because
Just use an IR laser. It'll be fine.
but you can't safely determine that 100%, and you don't want to play that game in America.
Eyes grow back.
Well, either way, that's our plan, because part of the expansion requires the building to directly support agricultural efforts on the property. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to turn into a community garden where we're going to give away a bunch of this fully organic, fully robot cared for. So like there'll be moisture sensors in the ground with a full controllable moisture system to water specific plants when they need it, like zones and stuff like that. I'm really excited for this. I have no idea how to actually like farm properly, but
No, wait, neither do
that
half
would
the
be fun.
farmers.
Yeah, yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Shane says, "Give it time. Grant will put a magnifying glass on a robot and go after ants.
Because
Maybe,
just
just
for
maybe.
example, like this is what I made the other day. It's going to be super blurry, I bet.
No, it
There
looks
we
great
go.
actually. Oh, it's tasty.
Oh, that actually looks really good. So I made a leek and chicken broth um soup with tortellini bits in it.
Yeah.
Fried off some courgettes, honey roast them, made a little garlic bread. That only works because the leek tastes like leek, and it's really nice. And that was the one thing I remember from when you came over in December
Mm-hmm.
was you tried British leek,
It was
and you're
good.
like, oh God, it
It
actually
was
tastes
good.
like
Yeah.
leek.
Real quick, Steve Bill just rated into us. He finished his stream from Murph. So hello to everyone that just joined us from Steve. Like and
Hello.
subscribe and all of those things. For
Sorry, we
those that
will
don't,
get back onto
yeah,
topic
for those that don't
eventually.
know, this is basically the ADHD moment of the show where we talk about food because, as some of you might know, we have a food podcast that actually randomly talks about 3D printing. It's a joke because we almost always tangent into food, completely regardless of whatever 3D printing stuff. But since we have a bunch of new people, we can go ahead and jump right back into it. We're talking about Etsy and how that could impact businesses. So let's talk about the business of printing these dragons real quick. Right?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
let's
before
go.
we do, I just want to say I have the licenses for the dragons. Before anyone asks that question, I
Okay.
do actually have the licenses because some people have seen me with the dragons when we go on to trade shows. Even though we don't sell them, we still have the license because we're a good company and we support the
Mm-hmm.
creators that make the files.
Oh,
And you should too if you have them.
and Steve dropping 10 memberships. Thank you, sir. Electric Cafe, Clownhammer, Nadir, John Stern, Rick Trino, Lars Hansen, EA888, and Matheist. Matheus, sorry, that last name I'm going to butcher it. I probably butchered your first name. And LG all got memberships. Oh, John O got one too. So thank you all.
I think that's Matthias.
Matthias?
Matthias Amorin.
Probably is. Yeah. Sounds about right. But yes, thank you, Steve, for not only rating into us, but giving us some memberships. I appreciate it. Shane says, Grant, if you both come to PRG, the both of you need to do a live podcast from OMG. We absolutely do. It is a very anime-themed sushi restaurant.
Ooh.
And we
100%.
do.
I've not yet had proper sushi.
Theirs was pretty good. Theirs was pretty good.
I've literally never had proper sushi. I've only ever had Tesco Express. It's not good.
Didn't you try
It's not good.
sushi in Sweden?
I tried one,
Okay.
but I had so much other food in my mouth I couldn't taste anything, and it was just because somebody was going to put it in the bin, and I'm like, oh, I might as well try it. And I was like, I can't taste anything because I've got too many other things in my mouth.
I think we should do one from OMG, but we would also have to do one from Purusha, and we call it the Purusha podcast, and we do it in their studio. That would just be way too much fun for me.
That'd be quite fun.
But yes, OMG is a great restaurant, kind of in the city center of Prague. We went there with Shane. Was that your first time going there? It was my first time going there, and it was just very good. And yes, Shane said, Jacob, get your butt to Prague then. OMG is heaven. It is very, very good.
It will happen eventually. It really will. I really want to come visit. All I get is Grant telling me how amazing Prague is.
Yeah.
And now I really want to go visit.
It's tremendous. We need to find a way to get Purusha to sponsor us to come out to do a show live in Purusha where we interview people live. See, and then it's all covered. See? Fancy stuff.
Tax deductible.
Yeah. Well, for them too. John Stern asked if we're going to open source. The only valid answer is yes. Well, then I am unable to answer the question. I'm sorry. And Shane said we found it by accident because we couldn't read a simple sign correctly. That is actually accurate. We were looking for it for a while, and we kept walking past it. We didn't realize that's what the place was, and it was very, very good. I think that was where Shane paid before I was able to pay. We always have this little thing of where we try to beat each other to pay for it. And yes, I know John Stern's the wrong answer, but here's the deal. It cost me almost as much to go to Open Sauce with how expensive it is there than to go to Smurf. So, sorry.
Ooh.
It's the same deal. It's the same deal as last year. I would love to go to Open Sauce, but if I have a set amount of money to spend on traveling every single year, It doesn't make financial sense for us to go to open source when we could go to Smurf. Now, if open source would want to sponsor us, or if there are companies that would want to sponsor us, great, we can do it. But otherwise, we set aside a certain amount of cash every single year to travel and to go to shows and things like that. And if we do get sponsors, we put the money back and we're able to use it for other things. But right now,
No,
right
it's
now
as
it's tough
John says in the
financially.
chat. Just sell a couple of dragons and you'll be able to fund it instantly.
It's funny when we go to like schools and things like that for career day. I always bring some dragons with me, and there's inevitably someone that just like gravitates toward it, and I just tell them
Oh
to
yeah.
keep it every single time.
I
I'm like, I can
so
have
I
it. I'm like,
actually
yeah,
I
it's fine.
don't know why people like flexi dragons as much as they do, other than the fact that they're flexi and they're 3D printed.
It is a great little
Like,
fidget thing. It's good for the neurodiverse out there. They have that interesting kind of with the layers. They feel different, and if they're printed well, they're actually quite sturdy. So what we end up doing is like when we have a bunch of like tails of spools, or like short spools, we'll put them
mm,
in the bamboo because the AMS will just choose the next one and just send it. And it's a way for me to just use the time on that machine, so I can't use it for client projects. It allows us to use it for some sort of community
mm.
good where we can.
Because I honestly think people like on Etsy where they're selling the Flexi Dragons, they've got the wrong name. Like, don't call them Flexi Dragon because that is a 3D printing focused name. It's like 3D printed Flexi Dragon. Like,
Yep.
no, nobody who's actually buying it is buying it because it's flexible, a dragon, and 3D printed. Like, give it a different name, like a fidget toy, and then you'd probably get more people buying it. But I don't know. Like, I think that
I would
also
call it like a
goes towards my
sensory,
mindset.
dragon, right? Something
Mm.
like, or some sort
I,
of like sensory toy, because it comes down to like if you're not going to compete on price on Etsy, how do you compete, right? You have to compete on finding either a niche that you can work in directly, right? Just a very specific niche that you can work in, or you have to have like just phenomenal marketing, right? You have like the name of a big YouTuber attached to you, or you are a
mm.
content creator, or your photos are just that good and the quality of your prints are that good that there's a reason to spend that extra money, right?
And I
But
think like the name Flexi Dragon and everybody having the same name is probably also the reason I don't like them anymore. Because it's low effort. Like they're
it
just calling it
is,
what the creator called it, and they're not actually realizing the creator called it that way for the makers to find it. The makers need to rename it to
yeah,
something the customers are
like
going to find.
makers are traditionally good at making, they are not traditionally good at marketing. My YouTube channel is evidence of the fact that we suck at marketing. You might say, "Oh my God, we have 185 people watching, 67 likes. We can fix that." Like the
Please
stream,
fix that. We tangent so hard onto cheese just for you guys.
but we have over 2,000 videos out, but we only have 51,000 subscribers. Look at like a Zach Friedman. He has less than 100 videos out and is over 600,000 subscribers. Zach found a formula that worked for him from a marketing standpoint that brings more people to his videos. We haven't. We suck at marketing, right? Look at Mars Gizmo. Mars Gizmo is
Was it
over
eight videos?
three. He's a short form content creator. So
Yeah.
yeah, his business is shorts, but he's found a way to keep people watching, get them to subscribe and things like that. There's value to that. A lot of you might know Physics Duck. The want to see something cool? His name's Chris Bowden, right? He's about
I
a.
absolutely love his shorts. They are actually so interesting.
I used to work with him.
Of course you did. I love how you just always pull out the, oh yeah, this really cool piece of information. That's me.
So when I did fundraising, I did it for the nonprofit that he ran, the Geek Group up in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's what I did fundraising for. My background in fundraising is from his old company. Now, for those who don't know, he ended up going to federal prison. 18 months. Spent 18 months in federal prison for it was RICO stuff. It was RICO stuff. And he has a whole video going over everything that happened. I think he had a DA that had it out for him, but regardless, he still violated the law. He went to prison. But now he's not only an educator, but he's an entertainer. And the big thing, he's a wordsmith. Zach is a wordsmith too, right? Wordsmiths keep your attention because you want to see what like what they're doing, and I think that there's some value to that. Chris just crossed 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I crossed it like late last month, and that was a big deal. 1 million subs. That's a different plaque. That's the cool one. Then you get the diamond one at 10 million, but you know
It's okay, go on. I can just print you a plaque.
he's got the formula down. He's got the marketing down. We don't. So if you're like, well, I can take a better photo, but can you write a better description? Can you write a better title? Can you make a thumbnail, whether it is for your Etsy store, for your YouTube, whatever, that gets people's attention without being clickbaity? There is nothing wrong with being sensational. If it bleeds, it leads. It works, right? But don't lie. Don't lie to people. That's bad, right? Don't do clickbait. If you say your dragons are $3, then you probably need to, sell them at $3. Evil Twin Skippy said, I did slip Zach a couple of my Gridfinity coffee mugs at Remurf. I didn't know that was you. We were staying with Zach and Brooke that week. And I'm pretty sure I have photos of them somewhere because he put them up at his bar, at his collection. Zach really loves cocktails. We got to have him on at some point, but Zach is a very, very busy person. Getting him to have some time to come hang out is harder than you think. But
not speaking to Zach on that first Smurf Oxford trip was like my biggest disappointment. He walked by and I'm like, oh, there's just too many people. I can't just go say hi. Like there's a guy I'm actively talking to, and we just missed paths every 5 minutes. And it's my biggest disappointment because he just seems like such a cool guy.
They are, and of course I know both Zach and Brooke personally, right? Like we stayed at their house for a week. We've done this for a couple of years now, but they're good, close friends of ours. In fact, I have some passion fruits I'm going to be sending him soon, because I got some passion fruits that came off the vine where they're not ripe enough yet, but they'll be ripe enough by the time they get to him in the mail. And
so they won't be flavorless like the rest of American
Well, they're
food.
organic, so they're amazing. We brought him some, and he made some cocktails with them, and they were tremendous. He's like, if you ever get more that you can send, let me know. I do have to verify that it is legal to send them to him in the mail. I'm not actually certain if it is, so I need to figure that out first, then I can send them. It depends on how you send it, 'cause certain area, it's a produce thing. But anyways, yeah, but he's a wordsmith, and like I was sitting down in the lab with him while he was writing the script, and he's just so meticulous about getting it right. And it's a big deal because that wordsmithing that he does is one of the main reasons people watch the videos. So the metric for YouTube is not just your click-through rate, but it's your retention. The larger your retention is and the larger your click-through rate is, the more the algorithm says, oh, this is a good video, let's recommend it to more people. Let's recommend it to more people. So if your click-through rate is low, the algorithm says, people don't like this, let's not feed it to them anymore. So he's figured it out. People have called me the Wish.com Zach Friedman with my intros for Print Fix Friday because they're always alliterative. But unlike Zach, I use ChatGPT to help me because I'm not very eloquent like he is. So I need help making things more alliterative. So I'll provide my alliteration, then it helps me clean it up a little bit. But yeah, Bearded Printer with the $5. Thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciated.
Was it Reliance? USA might have sugar, but you don't put it in the things that actually need sugar.
Yeah, we put high fructose.
You put it in all the wrong things.
Yeah.
You put all the sweet stuff in the thing that shouldn't be sweet. And all the sweet stuff is somehow not sweet.
Yep. It shouldn't be, but it is.
Your chocolate is ass.
It's pretty bad.
Your sweets are ass.
Yeah.
Your bread is awful.
In some places, like Subway can't even call it bread. It's got too much sugar in it.
If you put Subway bread from the US in the UK, it's classified as a cake.
Yep.
Because the sugar content is too high.
Subway bread is not actually breaded. It is technically cake.
Yeah, I know, Duff. They put sugar in the bread. There's a lot of it. It's not good.
This is why we say to support your local businesses, because you can get fresh homemade sourdough from someone who is, much better at baking than I am. But yeah, like it, dude, if you can't differentiate yourself somehow from everybody else on these platforms, you're doomed to fail. And Etsy, I think, kind of realizes this. So will we
Yeah,
see some market consolidation because of this? Yes. Will we see 3D print shops that will close down because they're afraid? They'll close down voluntarily because they're afraid of getting shut down automatically. Yes, I think we'll see this. Um, and does that mean that you're going to be able to buy bamboo printers at pennies on the dollar from people that abused them? Maybe,
probably.
but
The only
you'll have to
person I
live in a
actually
place with
feel
cheap
sorry
labor.
for, I do feel sorry for one side of the community though, and
Mm-hmm.
that is the STL makers. The people
Yes.
who don't want to print, they just want to design.
Mm-hmm.
And they, unfortunately, due to the market ecosystem we have at the moment, are going to be the ones punished the most.
Yep.
And it's just because there's no real way to control printed files once you sell them.
Right.
Like once you've given the source file, that's it. Like there is no DRM in additive at the moment. Like your Bamboo Lab is not going to stop you printing something if you've got your file from a friend on a USB card.
For now, at
Like
least.
for now. And
That's a little
another
funny,
tangent, I
but
do think that's
whatever.
where it might go eventually. DRM will find its way to 3D printers, like every other piece of software.
I don't think it's going
But
to trickle down into the cheaper machines. I think it's going to stick. So like DRM does exist in the bigger machines, like your 20 plus $1,000 machines, but DRM over the files hasn't yet. And that's actually where 3MF can come in, because there are, and that's where like blockchain could actually matter, because blockchain could track the ownership of the
mm,
files. But will we see an integration of that doesn't just make your eyebrow raise up like you're Dwayne the Rock Johnson, all about how is that going to limit my ability to access models on the internet, you know and like, while there are other places for people to sell, right? You can Cinderwing, said, you could build your own website, you can sell on eBay, Amazon, whatever. It's just as difficult, right? Etsy, you expect things to take time to get to you. How many of you go to Amazon and just turn on the slider Prime only? How many of you do that? Most
yep.
of you probably do, because you're going to Amazon and you pay Amazon every single year to have Prime, so you don't have to wait for things.
I literally
Etsy,
pay for 3 Prime subscriptions, so I always have next day delivery.
why three?
One for me, one for mum, and one for the business.
You can share your Prime benefits with other people.
Can't on the business.
Okay, but you can share your Prime benefits with your mother.
Yeah, but then it gets weird.
It really doesn't. The histories don't intermix or anything like that. Either way, it you pay for this because you want the speed. You go to Etsy because you want a price point and you don't mind waiting for it. If you can't, as an individual, ship out stuff the same day consistently, you will not get certified for Prime. And if you don't want to print tons of inventory, send it to an Amazon warehouse and let Amazon do FBA, fulfilled by Amazon, you will not get Prime. And so while, yes, there are other places, if people are gravitating toward Etsy and you're not there, you're missing out on the opportunity of getting that business. And so you run into this problem of, what do you do as someone that's like, if they actually bring down the ban hammer, my entire business gets deleted. And I would say it's time to batten down the hatches. It's time to start expanding your target audience. It's time to start designing, bringing on designers. I don't care. If you firmly believe that Etsy is actually going to go through with this and take down every store that's printing non-original models, then you better start getting some original content up there fast. I don't think that it will make sense, but you have to be prepared.
Hmm.
If you
I mean, we
are,
sit in a weird area of the industry where this doesn't, well, okay, this does happen a bit, but it doesn't really happen in the other manufacturing pipelines.
Mhm.
Like CNC mills, you can buy a CNC mill for like 500 quid. Like they are not expensive anymore. You
Where
can
are
get a
you
pretty
getting a
big
CNC
one.
mill for 500 quid?
You
That
get some pretty good Chinese ones for that.
they're gonna have a ton of run out, but whatever.
But they do the job.
You can get
Like,
a
and
Tor.
especially if you're just doing like
Let's just use Tormach as an example, right? Tormach.
no, lower it because we're I'm gonna link it to 3D printing later.
Okay,
Get
fine.
like a work bee hobby grade 1 meter by 1 meter
Oh, okay. I'm thinking
like
like metal
router
cutting
mill.
mills. Okay, yeah, you're thinking of like the
Oh,
X
mail
carves
cutting's
and
a
that
bit
kind
on
of
the
stuff.
higher end, but like yeah, think of like an X carve.
Okay, all right.
Like we're not really getting the same level of mass-produced tat that 3D printers are doing because an X-carve is the same process. It's you put a piece of wood in this case, it's filament for a printer, wood for an X-carve. You downloaded an STL file, you cut the thing, and now you have a dice box on
Hmm.
both machines. Except the X-carve part, it feels much higher quality. There's a little bit more effort. They took roughly the same amount of time, probably the same amount of material cost. Wood is fairly cheap when you know where to get it from. But we don't get that feeling of it's cheap tat from CNC mills, and we're not getting a lot of that just constant barrage of the same thing over and over, whereas 3D printing it is. And I do think one of those differences is the price of the machinery
It's so
is the
cheap you could
entry
just
point.
have 500 of them doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
And
Like if
what
you
do you
wanted
really
an
need
X
for
carve,
that?
it's a couple of grand. Hell, even if you wanted an X carve knockoff like a work bee,
Yeah.
which is still a fairly okay piece of equipment if you know how to baby it, for a grand, maybe 800
Well,
quid.
3D
But you can
printers,
get like five 3D printers for that.
but CNC machines running them lights out is kind of dangerous, right?
I've done it.
I'm not saying that you
So I
haven't
would say
done it.
do not do that unless you know what you're doing.
Yeah,
I
you
had a full setup done. I was doing parallel processing and
yeah.
lights out machining. Very different setup,
There are
but you could.
tons of add-ons out there to do full lights out manufacturing. We saw one at Rocky Mountain. We didn't get to talk with them, but it was the Automat 3D. And it's
Mm.
basically a Prusa AFS system, but for bamboos.
Is it
It
the automat or is it automated? I couldn't tell from the name.
so it, OTTOMAT 3D, so it's automated,
Yeah.
but it's I say Automat 3D.
I say automat 3D just because it's the same as our logo, where it's construct 3D instead of constructed.
Constructed. Yeah. I if I say automated, you won't understand. If I say Automat 3D, you'll understand it.
I
So,
know what you're talking about.
anyways, it's an AFS system where it pulls out the build plate and puts the build plate into a rack, and then it pulls out a clean one, puts it on the machine, and then triggers the machine to run. That is lights out manufacturing. And hilariously, Bamboo is actually one of the better machines to do that with. And there's other companies. So you've got them, you've got 3DQ. There are lots of companies that do this automation thing. And the automation thing is, to me, what's the big difference. To automate a CNC machine, you need a expensive multi-axis robot arm because it needs to
Mm.
be able to undo a clamp, pull the
Pull a
part
part
out,
out,
put the part somewhere,
move it,
grab
get
a new
another.
part which looks different. It's not the same design. Put it into the machine, get it set properly, put the clamp down, then press cycle start. Right? That is so much more complicated than build plate out, new build plate in. That is where lights out 3D printing matters. And for systems like 3DQ, once it cools down, the part just automatically pops off and it uses the tool head of the machine to kind of boop it off the plate. Instead of changing out the build plates, you use the same build plate over and over. That allows for lights out manufacturing. And when you're doing big jobs, you need to reduce as much labor costs as possible, because labor is almost always your biggest expense associated
Yep.
with 3D printing. But you also need to automate the process of orders. So if you're not made to order, you're going to run some level of just-in-time inventory, right? And just-in-time inventory is right as you run out, more is being produced, or you have like a minimum thing. You can use Kanban cards or ordering cards that you put in your inventory, so when you grab enough of them, the card comes to the front, you scan the card, and it automatically sends that color, that file to a printer to start manufacturing. And then you move the card back in the queue. That is just-in-time manufacturing. It's what Toyota is famous for, and during the human malware is why Toyota was the first company to really feel the pain of all the shipping delays and things, because they ran such low local inventory numbers
Mm.
that they ran out of parts very quickly, where a lot of other
I
manufacturers
can't I
didn't.
can't remember which company it was. It was Toyota was the one that was hurt the most. And I think it might have been Honda was the one that was mostly unaffected. Because Honda does like a massive like 5 year level stock amount where if anything happened, they can keep producing.
Well, and some companies are also doing some manufacturing in the States, like Nissan does a lot of manufacturing in the United States. So they were able just to tool their lines over to do different stuff. So, you know, Toyota doesn't. And so that's the big thing with Toyota. I mean, they figured it out eventually, but I'm certain that they've likely reconsidered the low amount of stock that they hold in place. Felipe Silva with the R1090 saying, love your content, greetings from Brazil. Thank you, sir. Thank you for watching. Thank you for contributing to the ad-free streams. That way people can enjoy it without the interruption from ads from YouTube that we can't control. So who else? I guess people are saying Slant 3D. Rob Lutter says Slant 3D guy seems a bit arrogant. So
I'm
Slant's
I'm always
different.
hesitant to tell anyone that they're arrogant, especially when they
Me
own a
too.
business, because
I'm not going to say they
to
are.
run a business, you have to have a level of gravitas where you know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Your decisions are the decisions of a company. You might have employees under you, like loads of them, and I believe Slant 3D do have quite a few employees. Like it comes with the territory of going from a startup to a full company is you naturally do gain that level of, I'm not going to say self-importance, but it is kind of self-importance. I do it all the time, and it's something I have to keep myself in check with.
Me too.
And I like to joke about it. My ego is the size of the moon, is my favorite sentence, and I have to keep myself in check with that. Otherwise, I do come across as a self-entitled dickhead half the time, and it hurts because I'm also right half the time. I know more than other people because I am actually doing the job instead of being a sideline that knows about the industry. And that is the main reason I will never say anyone in this industry is a dick or that they are like self-important or a bit stuck up, because that actually is just what comes with the industry. You just have to navigate it, and that's it.
There is a very fine line between experience and arrogance.
Mm.
And the difference is often willingness to learn. If you are unwilling to learn, that's arrogance. If you're willing to learn, that's experience. And if you're willing to listen, right? Literally, we started Print Fix Friday for this exact reason, to make sure that I maintain my ego, that that I keep it all in check, right? And that we look to always make certain that we're providing a welcoming environment for those that are new in the industry, right? Because if we're only talking about like hyper specific stuff, utilizing, terminology that they don't know, this starts to get complicated very quickly. So Print Fix Friday was the way to not only keep me grounded, but also make sure that I don't overly complicate solutions for people, because I'm looking at, I'm ignoring the baseline level problem and I'm focusing on the heavy problem, right? Where realistically the baseline problem solves like 95% of it and it's more than acceptable for the person. So there's kind of your history of Print Fix Friday, coming up on 4 freaking years, man. It's still crazy to me that we're there. Um, Nomad's Galaxy with $2 saying my ego is upside down. It's true. We should pay in Australian dollars though.
There's
Um,
also like an aspect of, as a startup, you have to have a bit of bullshit confidence.
yeah, you
There's no
do.
way you know everything that's going on. And as you go from startup where you are, I'm really good at my job and that's why you need to pay me, you slowly end up becoming the actual professional you're faking.
Mhm.
And a lot of the time I also see people don't really, they still have the bullshit confidence feel, even though they do know what they talk about.
Well, that's the whole idea of fake it till you make it, right?
Yeah.
Fake the certain things and do the work, and then eventually you'll get there, right? It's the dress for the job you want, not the job you have. the interview for the job you want, not the job you have. Like all of those are kind of in that same guise of, if you're not operating slightly above where you are, or you're not attempting to operate slightly above where you are, then you might actually be undervaluing yourself because everybody else around you is doing
Mm.
is acting more than they should. This is literally why you get into jobs and managers suck, because they don't know how to manage. They've just been promoted through the ranks and they have no experience on actually managing people and dealing with
Yep.
how different people need to be met. Right? There's an old saying of, people don't leave jobs, they leave managers, and I fully agree with this. You almost never quit your job because you hate the job. You quit the job because you hate your coworkers, management, the company's evil, whatever it is. You don't hate the job, you hate the thing that makes the job rough. But Dangly Rep
Also, I
Rap.
should say, I really enjoyed the Slant 3D content that comes
Well,
out. He's come out with some really good takes, some bad takes, but some really good takes. So I just want to leave that out there, just in case he does watch this. I really like your stuff.
I think it's well
It's
produced.
refreshing.
I often do not agree with him. And like, I watched his one on their filament, and how instead of using a air system to blast the water off from cooling, they use a rag.
Yeah, I didn't agree with that one,
Like,
personally.
you're contaminating your filament, bro. Like, you're gonna get bits of rag into your filament. And while yes, that reduces your cost because you don't need a crazy, hardcore air system, nobody does it this way anymore. I've toured multiple extrusion lines. Nobody does this anymore. They all
So
use
air
compressed air.
systems are
'Cause
cheap.
well, the air compressor is not. The air
You don't need
compressor
to use an
is
air
not.
compressor. You can use a turbofan. It's louder,
No,
but it
no,
does a similar job.
no. You need
I
both.
mean, you want compressed air. Like the professionals use compressed air for a reason.
You need high CFM and high static pressure. You need both. And
Yep.
turbofans don't give you that. You get one or the other often. And I could be wrong. I'm sure there's someone that's using turbofans like, ha, loser. But like, dude, I have a freaking I have a Philistruder. It uses fans to cool the filament. It doesn't use a rag. That's just ridiculous. That is, in my opinion, a penny wise and dollar stupid move. But if they can do it, they can do it. So for a lot of people that don't know, Slant is working on being able to sell filament at sub $10 a kilogram retail, which means on average, if they can't produce it for less than 5, they're not really going to make a ton of money, right? Now, to be clear, Slant has actually stolen a couple of jobs from us. They didn't know they were stealing from us. They just quoted way less than us. And after seeing the jobs, I can understand why they quoted so low, right? I don't believe that Slant pushes the same quality that we do, and that's okay. Slant pushes a lower price point. And
Not everybody needs to print the same top tier quality as everybody else.
And so if you are pushing for something that is affordable, 3D Musketeers is not the right business for you to be working with. We produce a premium product at a premium price point. If you want to do something as cheap as possible, Slant might be a decent option for you. But as Clownhammer says, you get what you pay for. In some cases, there are some cases where that's not always true. Now, I do want to. I want to put something into perspective here. Dangly Rep said something. I don't know if you saw it, but I want to get your opinion on it. You can employ 3 people to run 300 printers 24 hours a day. What's your initial thought on that?
Okay, my initial thought was, even before you said the amount of machines, it was people. People is generally the thing you want to consider last in every scenario. Because unlike a machine where you can turn them off, you can't turn a person off unless you try really hard. Like, there is a cost, and people are the expensive bit in most of this.
Easier than you think, but
I was trying not to go there. But no, like, there is a cost to people, just like dating life, where once you've got them, you can't really get rid of them very easily. Now, it might be different in the US, where you might be at a at-will state where you can just treat people like dirt. But in Europe, you can't do that. Once you hire someone, it's for a contract term. You have to have legitimate reason to get rid. And in reality, you don't want to be getting rid. If you've decided to bring somebody on, that's it. They are there, and you will keep them for quite a while. And that's something you have to navigate. Now, 3 people for 300
It's
machines.
unrealistic. I
That's
don't think
not
it's
too
possible.
bad.
No, I don't think it's possible.
But it, I struggle with me, and I would say I am quite an advanced user, as I own the company, and I struggle with 20 machines. Like the maintenance and upkeep, I don't even do anymore. I let the machines wait until they die and then they go back on the production floor. That is more of a quality statement of the machinery that they don't die. But if I was actually doing regular maintenance on machinery, which is what you would want somebody to do, and you don't want them twiddling their thumbs, but you also don't want them pushed to the limit where they can't spend the time to work on a machine, I think it's quite unreasonable.
Yeah.
If one machine goes down and it's say like a 6 hour repair job because it's an awkward part
Oh,
in
on a
an
print
awkward
farm, you throw it
area,
away if it's a 6 hour print job.
yeah, like
You just throw it away. It's not worth fixing
the
it.
setup and logistics cost is going to be what stops
Yeah.
one person many machine.
If all you're doing is cleaning plates and clicking print, sure.
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
totally see that. But realistically, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. You will have print failures. You will have machine issues. You'll have accidentally sending the wrong file to the wrong machine. Humans, while they're wonderful, are fallible. We make mistakes. I make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. And if I'm making mistakes and I'm the owner of this service bureau, my staff are going to make more mistakes. Because here's the deal. If you're the owner and you're hiring someone to like replace you, you're never going to find a replacement for yourself. Right? You
Never.
might find someone who's
The owner
close.
will always know the best.
Yeah, you might find someone who's close that maybe takes it, really, really professionally the way that you do. But you're not going to find a copy of yourself. And I have a mirror image identical twin. I have an actual copy of myself. He could not take over this business tomorrow if he wanted to. He couldn't do it. He doesn't know. And I haven't built the systems for someone to easily do it. If you had 3 people running a 300 print farm, who's doing the packing and shipping? Like, who's doing all of that? Who's doing customer service?
Consider that bit.
Who's doing the posts? Who's updating inventory? Who's doing all of these things that are so complicated that, like, just packing and shipping orders with a 300 printer print farm is someone's full-time job. Someone's full-time job. And so
like,
I don't think it's realistic.
The reason Construct 2 is delayed by 6 months already, because I wanted it at the start of the year, is I get on average one customer a month wanting a small print job. That is enough to put the entire factory behind timeline because there's so much in doing a small print job. Now imagine scaling that up to 300 machines versus 20.
Yep.
It is logistically really hard to do.
Dude, like, blowing breakers starts to become a problem. So if you're running a print farm that large, chances are these days they're bamboos. Right? Okay. Yep. He's saying, yes, I'm only saying the operation of the production, not anything else. Well, okay.
Then yeah,
literally,
it's more
that's likely. The easy part, though. I can train a 5-year-old to pop prints off a build plate and click print, right?
I get mom and dad to do it when they go on a trade show where they don't know how to do the slicer, but they know how to press print again.
That is so easy. You could legitimately train a robot to do it for you, right? And like, that's where things like the Automat 3D, 3DQ, and things like that will come into play. Be like, those are cheaper than humans. But yes for FDM, no for resin. For resin, it's a completely different world. But if we're ignoring resin right now, we're looking at FDM and filament based, maybe. But you'd have to stagger the finish and start times. So when you're running a print farm, you'll likely run maybe 8. I'm trying to think of like how long, maybe 10-hour jobs, 8 to 10-hour jobs, and maybe 12-hour jobs. So you're either running like when people get in to start their shift, the first thing they're doing is cleaning out build plates that are perfectly cooled down at the perfect time, and then they're starting the builds, or they start their builds at the end of their shift and they're finishing like in the middle of the shift the next day. Yeah. So print farming is way tougher than you think because it's actually more about time management of what are you doing when printers are running, right? What are you doing with everything, right? There's all this unused time that you can put to other stuff. And sometimes staff won't do anything with unused time. They'll just sit there. Now, is that your fault? Probably. It's not their fault. They don't have anything to do. You haven't given them things to do. And if you assume they know what to do and they're not doing it, then they're either incompetent or you actually didn't tell them what they need to be doing. And there isn't like an SOP, a standard operating procedure of what to do. Running a print farm is way harder than you think. We have we have basically a clone of our farm. It's a 36 machine farm, and we have basically a dead copy of it. So in the event of excess, downtime, whatever, we can move machines around to make it work. It is very hard for me as one person when we are busy to keep up with everything. It's why I'm behind on certain things, like people that haven't gotten their filament yet. I'm behind on that because I'm literally still working 18 plus hours a day. It's like, yep, it happens. And then also Printed Solid is moving, so a lot of their stuff is out of stock. So a lot of people are I'm literally just waiting for stuff to come back in stock so I can ship it. But like there are time costs to everything, right? And that time cost does add up to being something that is problematic, where people themselves will functionally burn out. And if you're trying to do a 300 print farm with 3 people running the machines, that's 100 machines a person. They're going to burn out. I promise you they're going to burn out.
Like cleaning plates, that's easy. Doing actual jobs on those machines, very hard. Hell, even having 300 machines, I would probably want 5 designers 24/7 on the slicer at that level, because the slicer is the most important part before the print farm. Like, it doesn't matter I have 300 machines. If the part is sliced awfully, it's going to fail.
So here you go. They burned out. They lasted 6 months.
Hey, you lasted longer than I would.
Probably longer than I would have. They said the scheduling is so clutch to the efficiency. The basics of changing a plate is simple, but organizing 500 plus files with 100 plus variations in material, loadout, color, and spool usage is hard. We have somebody in our Discord. I'm not going to mention them by name, but we have somebody in our Discord that runs a pretty serious print farm. They're doing a lot every month, like $40,000 to $70,000 a month in parts.
Ooh.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
That's going to have a logistic overhead.
Yep. They're at a point where they're debating on literally throwing away 20 machines, getting not a HELOC, but a business level HELOC, so a home equity line of credit, but you're putting your business up as collateral to get a line of credit so they can buy 20 new machines. They want to buy the SV08 Maxes because they can use the extra print space to print more stuff. I'm like, under no circumstances would I ever take out a loan, let alone a line of credit, to buy machines that are untested. Right?
That is a risk that I personally would never take.
But the reason that they have to do this is, even though they're doing $40,000 to $70,000 a month in sales, their profit isn't there. Their profit isn't there, and because they're turning stuff over so quickly, they're not keeping that money in the company long enough. And so you end up having to take a loan or putting it on credit cards to be able to afford such a large capital expenditure. Right? You know, you're looking at like a $20,000 machine purchase. You're looking at $21,000 machines, $20,000. Then there's setup, because they're not going to come built, so they have to be built. Setup, yep. Calibration, verification, making sure that they're certified for business use, then you can run them. So I said, you know, if you're expecting 20 grand in hard costs, I'd expect another 20 in soft costs. Testing, downtime, whatever. I said, if you need 20, I'd be ordering 25, if not 30, right? And like, then it becomes an issue where it's just not financially feasible anymore. And so like, I look at how much effort they're putting in, and like they're being very conscious about how much money they're buying their filament for. I legitimately don't care what I pay for filament. I don't care.
If you are at the level where you're looking at the price of filament is your make and break point, I
you're not
would be
charging enough.
very concerned with
I got
the longevity of what you do.
Yep. Like, dude, I got
Because that
downloaded.
that is so volatile.
I
If your supplier dies, your entire business structure dies with it.
hmm like I
It's stupid.
I got downvoted to hell in the 3D print farm subreddit because someone said, where do you all get your filament from? And I said, these, I printed solid, polar filament, atomic. Like I buy all my stuff made in America. They're like, that's too expensive. I said, if you are so concerned about the price of your filament, then that it is taking away that much margin from you and that you need to make it up by buying cheaper filament, you're not charging enough. And I got downvoted to hell for that. I'm like, no, this is business. And yes, there is a huge business of being the cheapest player on the market and selling goods at a cheaper price. Just ask Walmart with their Great Value brand. Literally, it's in the name. The name is Great Value. It is designed to be cheaper than everything else. Right? I can't get on board with this. Charge more for your parts. I understand that they're like, oh, I need to pay less than $9 a kilo landed. I'm like, then you're buying a container. And you're hoping it's not shit. Because if it is, you're screwed. You're screwed. Yep. We maintain over 400 kilos currently in inventory. I don't like to carry this much inventory. I like to maintain like 250 in inventory. Because I know that because we rely on USA-made manufacturers, they don't have the production capacity of a, let's go with Polymaker, which has started to do some stuff in the US, mind you, but not all of it. But what I laugh at is that they're also more affordable than Polymaker, who's utilizing Chinese labor to do some of their stuff. Polymaker makes good filament. That new HT-PLA is very interesting to me. It's not PLA, it's something else in it. But, if consumers are fine buying $26 a roll filament, why can't you and just mark it up? Like, what's the problem here? And they're like, well, I just won't make any money. I'm like, again, what's a decent sized Flexi Dragon with multi-material or multicolor is going to cost you, let's just say 200 grams. So you get 5 of them out of the spool.
Easily like 5 per spool.
5 per spool.
I normally
let's just call it 5 per
spool,
spool.
But yeah, let's call it 5 for easy math.
On average, they're going to sell for, let's just go with $20 for easy math. So you're going to make $100, yep. Right? You're going to make $100 on those 5 dragons. That's not even gross profit. That is sales numbers. That's $100 per roll of filament. That roll of filament, if it takes you
6 hours to print one as well.
If you're lucky.
Time is important.
The bigger size.
If you're lucky. So
multicolor.
We like to print them in 12 hours.
Multicolor, you're probably running closer to 12 hours. So,
yeah, I like to say 12 hours. Mm-hmm. The fastest we've done is 4 on a full-size dragon. But the chance of failure goes up the faster you make it. So 12 hours... even on like the fastest printers you can imagine, 12 hours is a good time.
To make math easy, let's just say you can do 5 in 2 days, right? Let's just do the 5 in 2 days, multicolor. So you're now using 48 hours of machine time. I have a relatively low electricity cost here. We're about 16 cents a kilowatt hour. Bamboo printer will run on average about 200 watts constant. From my experience, they'll dip down every now and then, but I think 200 watts constant is good. So you know what? Let's just call it every 5 hours is 10 cents, right? Let's just call every 5 hours is 10 cents. I think that's fair in cost. So 48 hours, call it 50 hours. It's $5 in electricity cost for 50 cents. Sorry, it's 50 cents in electricity. Is that 50 cents? 50 hours.
You're making
5 hours is 10 cents. It's $1 in electricity cost. It's incalculable. Okay. So you've got your material cost. Let's assume it's $20 a kilo, right? So each dragon is $4 cost. Now each dragon is at another 25 cents, so $4.25 with electricity. Add $1 for each dragon for machine wear and tear. Figure you can make about 1,000 dragons on a bamboo before it's gonna really need to be replaced.
Yeah.
Right? So add $1, so that's $5.25 on it. Okay. You have your generalized personnel time. That's gonna cover Cleaning, maintenance, packing, shipping, everything, $5 flat per part. You're at,
And a lot of people do sleep on how
or you
expensive
know what?
packing can
Whatever it's
get.
going to be, let's round that up to $10. So it's 475, rounds it up to $10. Okay. So your all-in cost to make a dragon, $10. And you're now going to sell it for 20. That now you also have to build your Etsy store, take the photos, write the descriptions, write the titles. You have Etsy's platform fees, which as far as I'm aware is no less than 12%. So you're selling at 20. Let's just call it 15. They're going to take $3 off of that. So now you're selling at 17. You're going to have a shipping expense. Etsy, I don't know if they let you upcharge on shipping. That's a great place to make a little bit of profit, but let's assume they don't. So shipping is a wash, right? So we ignore that. And so the value of all of that extra time is worth how much per dragon? $5?
Yeah.
Get
That's a
out of
lot
here.
of effort to
Like, get out
literally
of here.
get peasant cash.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, if my machines
Manufacturing is
aren't
a expensive industry
like,
where you can earn so much money so quickly, and then you're doing the same work as somebody who would be earning $50 an hour at a company, making parts that sell for thousands, and you're making $5.
like, dude, it's not. So you're telling me that in 2 days of print time, I can bring home $25 of net profit. Get the hell out. That is like $1. That's not even $1 an hour. It's 50 cents an hour net profit on your machines. And here's the deal. Now you got to buy another machine. A bamboo called $1,000. That means the machine has to last 2,000 hours before it pays for itself.
Mm. Apparently, the total fee for Etsy and credit card is just about 10%.
I'm fairly certain it's higher than that. For
I do think it's a bit higher, but I think there might be some hidden fees that aren't listed. I know most credit cards are between 2 and 4%.
Mhm.
And then Etsy's is probably going to be the same as eBay, so between 5 and 10%.
So okay, so there's setup fees, there's listing fees, transaction fees, advertising and promotional fees, which are both on Etsy and off Etsy.
I
Subscription
know
fees.
Etsy also does like a premium fee
Yep, that's a
where
$10 a
you
month
can
for Etsy
pay to get
Plus.
it popped up to the thing, and
Yep,
then it's also a percentage on top of the sales.
yep. So Etsy Plus gives you 15 listing credits, which are visible in the $3 in listing credit for your payment. It also gives you 5 USD in Etsy ad credit every month, so you're able to put that. You also have in-person selling fees. So there you can use a Square Reader for in-person stuff. There's payment processing fees, shipping fees, regulatory fees, pattern fees. If you use their pattern tool on Etsy, okay, that's not really good for a lot of people. Currency conversion fees, which is if an Etsy payments user, as an Etsy payment user, if you decide to list in a currency other than of your payment account, you'll be charged a 2.5% conversion. Guys, Etsy is making money. I'm sorry, you're missing out here.
You aren't making money, Etsy's making
Let's
money.
see. Oh, that's Etsy will automatically deduct all fees owed from your payment account with the exception of the setup fee, which is charged to your card when you complete onboarding. Provided you have sufficient funds in your payment account, no further payment action is required. There's auto billing, but that's for US sellers only. Like, I'm sorry, but Etsy fees are much higher than you think, right? But we can call it 10% if it makes you feel better. But I want you to
You're still
understand.
losing money.
Yeah, Evil Twin
Like, even if
Skippy.
money enters your account, you're still losing money.
You're still losing money. Yeah, because you're not valuing your time. You're just not. Like, you could go work a job flipping burgers and make
You'd probably earn more money
$10
for less
an
effort.
hour. $10 an hour. The one I always like is Chipotle. Chipotle is always the one that I like to use as a reference because they pay decently well, but they also give you free food. And that free food offsets the cost of buying food. So that job that might be, let's say it's a $12 an hour job, is actually offsetting $300 a month in groceries. And
That's
that's if
pretty
you're
good.
a single person. If you're a family and you bring home enough food for the family, and there's enough options that it's healthy, they're using fresh ingredients. Chipotle to me is one of the better fast food options out there. Yada yada. You can actually offset a lot more than you think. They also do tuition remission for part-timers, which is tremendous,
That's pretty good.
right? Um, that kind of thing provides more value than running a print farm in my experience. Like, we've done, I think our biggest order was like a 10,000 piece order. And what did I do? I fit as many of them as I could onto a build plate. And then on the shelves, they're shiny. So I used a dry erase marker to just tick marks how many prints I've done. And we knew that we would go over. So it was a 10,000 piece order. We were doing like 80 pieces per build. They're very small parts. It was like 80 pieces per build. And I think we delivered something like 10,200 pieces. And the deal was, I was not quality checking any of them. I wasn't going to take
That's
my
such
time.
a good deal.
Yep. I would provide extra, and I would replace any free of cost if they didn't meet the quality standards of the individual. But since these were all, they had some custom handwork that needed to be done to them afterwards. They had to put a piece of Velcro on them. And I said, if you find pieces that don't meet your quality standards when you're doing the Velcro thing, put it to the side and I will replace it free of charge. You have a 200 piece start. If you need more, let me know. They never needed more. They actually said we ended up, they had less than 50 quality issues on a 10,000 piece order.
That's fantastic.
Yep. So they were happy. I was happy since, I mean, dude, quality assurance on that many pieces, that's a full-time job.
It takes so much time.
Yep.
It takes so much
I
time.
wanted to literally do the parts, put the build plate over a box, flex it, parts go into the box, build plate, Windex to clean it, next job, boom, 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 boom. Because it's the only way that we would have made money. Because those pieces, we were charging like 50 cents a piece for them at that price point. And it was the only way we were going to make money on the job. And I said,
I think the cheapest I've ever charged for anything was £2.50 per part. And those were for batch printing, couple hundred.
Yeah, this is 10,000 pieces.
10,000 is a bit different, but
and you're looking at like
at any level less than like £15 a part, you don't want to be quality checking.
No.
Like the quality check will spend all that money and time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Even just flipping them over to see if the bottom looked okay, it would take more time than it was worth. It would take up space, the space. And what if you accidentally started using the wrong box for the bad ones and you now have to go through all the good ones again? Like, dude, it is simply not worth it. And when we look at that, my price, so they actually negotiated the whole thing of they wanted a much better price, but they didn't want me to check it. And so the deal was that I would over deliver a little bit. And they would pay me
still,
a better...
50 pence a part is still very cost effective.
Well, especially when those 80 pieces only took 4 hours.
Oh.
I was making $10 an hour effective on machines. That's great money. Nice. Yeah, the parts, I mean, they were super, super tiny parts. So they were about the size of a US quarter. Very, very small parts. And like this, it made sense to 3D print because we could get it done faster than injection molding could. Because they didn't have to cut the mold. It was like a 3-week wait to cut the mold. What they ended up doing is they took the 3D printed parts, they sold them at a profit. Then as they were selling their 3D printed parts, they got an injection mold made. So we provided just-in-time manufacturing for them. But when we effectively hit that $10 an hour, I said, that's probably good. And I don't have to do any checks on it. Yeah. You know what? That's pretty good. And at the end of it, I was very happy with the amount of money that we profited net on that job. I was very happy with the amount of money that we profited net. But if you're on Etsy, that's not how this works. You have to say what you're willing to sell it for. Then somebody else has to say whether or not they're willing to accept it. Somebody asked me if like a Vision Miner 22 IDEX would be appropriate for a business like ours. And the answer is yes. So, so like,
yeah,
I can't wait for the Construct 2 to come out because like that is actually appropriate for my business.
I've been
Hype.
teasing Grant
He
with like
has.
unreleased details, and
Yeah.
oh,
You're
oh,
lucky
we're
we have
gearing
it.
up for a public release.
You're lucky we have an NDA. Otherwise, I'd be Leaker McLeakerson over here. But it that machine to me solves a lot of the problems that exist. And while the 22 IDEX does present a different solution, it can do peak peck and ultim, right? Um, we are set for what we need right now for all of that. We don't need more than that right now. So, yeah. The way that I look at it, we will at some point. We were kind of hoping. Now, I'm not going to get political on this. It's just statistics. So if you think it's political, says more about you than me. But traditionally, when we have a Republican president, we as a company will invest more into ITAR tech jobs and like tech work that we do because Republicans spend more money on defense. In Democrat presidencies, we often look to do more biotech work, right? So we're looking at stuff in that world. I don't want to get too specific because I'm not trying to give away too many secrets here, but unfortunately, we've had a lot of our contracts doged. And not only does that mean we're no longer doing it, but it means we are absorbing all the costs associated with it. Eventually, the contract will pay out whether or not the job is completed because it was put on a hold by a government organization and not by us. We still have to kind of continue it, and we work with the client to decide what they want to do. Right now, all the clients are in like, yeah, we can't do anything about it. If it doesn't come back, then you guys just make your money. But we've had to absorb over $15,000 in personnel time that we can't bill. So for us, a 22 IDEX was on my buy list this year. I was going to try to get one from Vision Miner, but if they weren't going to give me one, I was just going to buy one. But now I'm not. I've had more than a Vision Miner 22 IDEX worth of expenses because of things that got taken away from me. So as a business, we're saying, all right, we're done with this. We will wait till it all blows over. Whatever happens, happens. And if we need to get reactivated, we get reactivated. But right now, we're not. But we have other means of producing income. So these Etsy businesses that are one-trick ponies, if Etsy does shut you down, what the hell are you going to do to survive? What are you going to do to survive? We have other methods of making money. We have other clients. We have other verticals that we work in. We do 3D scanning. We do CAD design. We do reverse engineering. We do all of these things, right? YouTube does not make us money. To be clear, that's why we actually still ask you guys to donate and everything like that. YouTube does not make us money.
Like and subscribe.
It is, like and subscribe. It is a loss leader for the company. But it is something that for me personally is so rewarding because of the lovely support.
I don't know. I want to be
mean.
I just want to say, like, if you're on Etsy and your entire income is selling tat, and Etsy goes, you know what? No more tat. We only want quality. That's on you. Like, I can't put it enough. Like,
you don't put all your eggs in one basket.
I like empowering people to do what they want. But if your idea of doing what you want is going down to your local shop and selling the same thing as your supermarket in the supermarket, that's on you when you don't earn any money. Like, find your niche, find what you enjoy doing. Don't just take somebody else's design, somebody else's filament, somebody else's optimized slicer settings on somebody else's printer, on somebody else's slicer, printing a part which you have basically just gone done, and then go, it's mine. It ain't yours.
You have a license.
I will die on that hill.
Well, you have a license to produce at best, and that license is vague at best as well.
I still don't like the licensing side of additive. I wish there was better because it protects the creators of the licensed work better. We just aren't in that industry. Like, it just doesn't exist. I think it might take 10 years. It might take 15. I would like to see DRM added to consumer grade machinery because it allows for makers to make things and not worry about somebody stealing it, putting it on printables, and then you printing 5 million of them and you can't do anything about it.
Yep.
I don't think it'll ever happen from the community side. I think it'll probably happen in the legislature side. Like, probably the EU
Yeah,
will
say it's
sit
not
in and go,
not in the
you
US.
know what? DRM. Like the US, I could see it happening, but it would start on firearms. I could see
Mm,
it starting on that just because of how easy it is to send over an STL and print
well,
some part of firearm.
that's an well, okay. If it's not serialized, so that's the whole thing with firearms, right? The lower is where the serial is on, like, so people think of like the
Yeah, I
AR-15.
know, I know.
Every piece other than the lower of the AR, you can literally buy online. It ships directly to your house, and you then, if you have the manufacturing capabilities, you can manufacture one yourself. At that point, you cannot sell it, you cannot gift it. It must be destroyed when you die, kind of thing. Or you can go to a shop, get a 4473, which is a federal background check. If you don't have a concealed carry permit, at least in the state of Florida, it is a 72-hour hold period, 72 business hours. So if it's over a weekend, that doesn't count. Then you can go pick up your firearm, and then you can get it, and then you can assemble it. You can buy everything but the lower. And right now, the issue that we have is ITAR. So with the 2A community and ITAR, you run into, if these files are on an online repository that anybody in the world can access, it is an ITAR violation. It's why Defense Distributed got shut down. They were violating
Yeah.
ITAR with the Liberator. Now, while the Liberator presented pretty much no risk whatsoever, in my personal opinion, in fact, it has actually been made fun of on a television show. I forget the television show. It was a Netflix series where they 3D printed the Liberator, and the bad guy got it and went to shoot the main character, and it blew up in his hand. It blew his hand to bits. I firmly believe, and I was on television talking about this, and if you want to go way back, you can find me, ABC Action News in Tampa, when I torpedoed their entire story about 3D printing firearms because I said it is pure Newtonian physics. It's not. Is it doable? Yes. The Liberator is what everyone was concerned about. It's stupid, and it's more dangerous to the person that is holding it than the person downrange because it is a 2-inch non-rifled barrel, and that is not worth anything in terms of firearms. Anyways, I'm going past this because as a Florida man, I have a lot of things to say about the 3D printed firearms side of things, and I've had a lot of interactions with local police about it. We get phone calls often from local police that are asking questions about 3D printed firearms. It is literally the reason I can't get the insurance that I want as a business because insurance companies think that all we're going to do is print firearms, even though it's a 10-year federal prison sentence if I do it and I sell them. Hell, if I 3D print it as the business and Grant personally uses it, that's a federal crime too. So if I want to do it,
Oh.
I have to own the machines personally. The business can't own it. I must use my own personal material that I buy and have receipts for everything. And
But no, like
FFLs,
I do
oh,
think that
so
is
much,
I,
so
I
much
think that
BS.
is the only way I see the US system
Nope,
putting some form of forced DRM in.
I know how they do it.
Will it ever happen? God, no. It's way too complicated for them. They can't even figure out what Facebook is. And yet they're
See,
going to be like, oh, we're going to put in a DRM system for 3D printers. Honestly, the only like entity I think might do it is the European Union. And that's just because they actually have the balls to change things. Honestly, good on them. They're the reason we're getting USB-C and everything. They're the reason we now have Android and Apple phones have to support long-term
USB-C and
like
all that.
parts.
Yep.
Not even USB-C. Did you hear the new one about after discontinuation of a phone, the companies have to support spare parts for like 4 or 6 years
That's awesome.
afterwards? It is
Yeah,
awesome.
they don't do that here in the States, but
The EU have absolutely no chill anymore, and they are actually improving things. So I could see it coming from that side. I don't see it coming from companies because companies don't want the DRM because it's a logistics nightmare for them, and it stops people adopting printers. Because honestly, as a printer manufacturer, if you want a printer gut, do it. It's your machine. I
and it's
want
your
to sell
life.
you the machine. I don't care what you do with the
That's
machine.
right.
I want to make sure it prints good with what you
And
do,
even further,
not what you do.
you don't ask those questions. Because if
Yeah.
you ask those questions and you're told something that is illegal, Now you have to report it. It's don't ask, don't tell, homie. Like, the only things that we will ask about when they're sent to us is if it's very clearly Disney IP, because I'm so close to the mouse. We won't do it. And like the 2 times it's happened have both been from Disney emails. So it's like, okay, yep, you have a Disney email. It's fine. I'm not even going to verify because you have a Disney email. And if you have a Disney email, then you have likely obtained the rights to do this. And if you haven't, that's your problem, not mine.
But I do feel like
But here's the deal. I don't.
this is like a punishment that's been given by the community to the community. Like,
Yes, it is kind of self-imposed. I'm not gonna debate that one with you. I agree there. But to be clear, I don't think DRM in the States is going to happen because of firearms. I think that's the one thing they're going to push to not DRM, because shall not be infringed it is a whole thing in the Constitution and the amendments 2A specifically. I think we're going to see it from a corporation level. Companies that want to release files but want people to pay for them are going to work with legislature to do it, and they're going to do it from a
Disney or Warhammer,
No.
where they actually will now provide you files, but it has to be their system.
I'm thinking the other way. So I'm looking at appliances. So let's say the EU law happens in the States. Instead of them providing spare parts like plastics and stuff, they'll provide you with an STL file that you can buy.
You know what? I'd be up for that. That would be such a nice change of pace.
But you can't give it to anybody. You can't put it online. It's connected to some sort of blockchain or whatever it is, right? That's where I think we would see it in the US. Because, like, I have to look at it and say, we're never going to do it in a way that benefits community. That's not what we as a country believe in anymore. We're going to do it in a way that benefits big businesses and allows them to effectively extort smaller individuals for money. And Dream's voice said, was it Printables or Braun that did the Printables team up? It was Phillips. That kind of stuff is amazing. Like, Phillips can easily just sell you the guards. They can sell you the guards, or you can just go to Printables and print them.
Yep.
F it.
They do pretty much the same job.
Apparently.
Mitch said there's creative ways to watermark STL files. Now, that's the problem. A watermark doesn't do anything. Like, oh no, you know they took your file. Doesn't stop them doing it. What are you going to do? Take them to court? You ain't got the money for that.
Nope. And
like, they're going to do it anyway. They're going to fill up Etsy with your file, and you now know it's your file, so it's going to hurt twice as bad. They didn't just clone it, they copied it. And then there's still nothing you can do.
And what's going to happen when a big business tries to sue someone for doing that, right? You have the Streisand effect, right? Where your attempt to quash it now becomes the reason that it becomes a thing. So, like, the whole Benchy getting taken down, this person went to Reddit went ballistic, news media picked it up, did no research about it, Tom's Hardware. Yep. And put out just defamatory things about this, in my opinion, and made it worse and forced the hand of everybody to sit here and say, no, this is not how it happened. And then we got the response out of Creative Tools and Daniel Norre and Pob. Literally, he emailed me. I met him in Sweden, and his name escapes me. I want to say
you're supposed to be the name person. You're the name person.
I want to say, oh,
I am not the name person.
Paul O'Keefe. Paul O'Keefe. I'm like, I know it's Paul something. It's Paul O'Keefe. There we go. The two of them had to get in front of us and say, this is not an issue. This is a non-issue, and since it is such a non-issue, we're going to fix it. Right? That's what happens when people try to do this, right? That's the kind of thing that's the blowback that occurs. Now, they got lucky, right? They had more than enough plausible deniability with receipts, right? They had the receipts to prove that it wasn't them. But there are going to be many cases, I believe, where we can't prove it wasn't somebody. And that's where when you let the internet think and, the rumor mill does its thing, we run into these problems. And apparently, according to GP3D, Tampa PD has an M1A2 Abrams. I don't think that they do. If they do, it's for parade stuff. It's not.
I mean, we don't want to talk
Okay,
about
if
American
Tampa
parades
PD
right now.
wanted an M1A2 Abrams, they'd go to MacDill Air Force Base and get one from there. Okay, like it's right there. And like MacDill is such a joke that there's always a joke that they're like controlling the weather and they're pushing the hurricanes away. Like, although MacDill is fun because out where I live, this is where they do a lot of their practicing. So we've had some fighter jets recently fly over, and that's always fun. And I know that's what your shop is, but the A-10s are always look. The RAF flying around in their little whatever jets are cool, but the U.S. military flying around in a jet-powered winged Gatling gun is way
I
cooler.
mean, we just had some F-35s take off, so
No, I'm sorry. A10 is still cooler. An A10 is still
A10
cooler.
is no A10 is not cool. It is.
Nope,
It's
you're
the
wrong.
edgelord plane.
You're right. You're right. It's a plane that if it fired enough rounds, it would stall and fall out of the sky because of Newtonian physics. It does not have enough jet power to propel itself beyond the back force of the fire of the Gatling gun working, and that is hilarious.
I'm sorry. The A10
That is American
is just
engineering, sir.
the A10 is the fighter plane mafia went to town, claimed it was their idea, made it worse, and then made a plane so bad it's done more friendly fire blue on blue action than it did doing its actual job.
America. Yes.
Yes, let's make a gun that is actually just a plane, gun plane, but it's not going to have any way to see the target
Nope.
because it's. Ugh.
But you have to admit, the Burt sound is the best firearm sound out of an airplane.
It sounds amazing, except coming from the UK side, all of my armed forces friends say if they ever hear that sound, they actually shit themselves because there's more of a chance it's at them than it is at the target.
And look, we could go on about that one all day. But yes, when we have like the F-22s, F-35s, F-16s, F-15s, when
No, I
they do
still
the
stand by
flyovers, and I wave at them, they don't do anything. They just
no,
keep
it's
going
all
on.
about the spooky.
The
Get the
A-10s,
AC-130 up.
when you do one of those to an A-10, they'll fly around. They almost always fly around, and they'll get much closer than you think is reasonable.
See, I think you're just getting lucky because there's no way they can see you because it's impossible to see out
They
of
probably
them.
see me on the radar. Who knows? Like they see, oh, target acquired.
Actually, to be fair, I get radar pinged all the time.
Yeah, but
The joys of being
realistically,
next to an RAF base is you get random radar strikes.
I I do believe that something is going to come from this Etsy thing. I don't know what, but I think Etsy's going to use it to selectively police. And because we've seen them do it before.
Yep.
You know, LTT did a whole segment on it in the most recent WAN show. You told me about this. I hadn't watched it, so I watched it right before the show.
Good segment.
It was a great segment. Yeah, it was a very, very good segment. And I think, you know, Luke is like, it doesn't matter. Linus says it doesn't matter for the 3D printing people. It matters a lot more for like the CNC people that, you know, that are more handmade than a 3D print. That are more like like if you make a cutting board and it looks just like somebody else and that just, it just happened to do that. It's not like you copied them. Can they use this new policy to remove it?
Because the craftsmanship of the cutting board isn't the shape and design of the cutting board. It's
No.
how they built it, how they put it together, the time and the effort, even if it's an identical part. That's what I'm buying with that product. Whereas a 3D print's the opposite. I'm not buying the 3D print, I'm buying the shape, the form, the function. And I do think that this change, while it's good for the 3D printing industry, I will stand by that. I think there needs to be a lot more policing on the tat that is cloned and copied on Etsy. I think it is going to negatively hurt the traditional side. Like how many sweater designs can there be from a stencil that you buy online? Because in reality, nobody's making a stencil for clothing.
No,
It's
probably
stupid.
not.
That's why the clothing industry exists. So at which point do you draw that line? Do you draw it at, well, it's the same stencil? Did they have a license? No, it's a stencil. You don't really license stencils, you buy them. At which point is the craftsmanship line drawn
Hmm.
for tats that can be policed versus not?
Yep. Yep.
I think Etsy will do fine.
Of
Like
course they're
they're
going to do
probably
fine.
not they're
They're a
not going to change
multi-billion dollar
anything,
business. They're going to be fine.
but the implications do worry me a bit.
Yes, I,
Just a
I
bit.
agree. I want to read through some of the comments from the Print Fix Friday because I was not expecting them to be. I was expecting people to be very much against this, and the vast majority of the comments are like absolutely for this, and I
Oh
think it's
God. I was I wrong? So at the start, before we started recording, I said to Grant, I
yeah.
think I'm going to be the hot take person today, saying that I'm actually good for this and everything. Am I wrong?
Here's the most recent comment from 5 hours ago from Staples Photo. Says, or at Staples Photo says, while Etsy will lose some profit in the short term, the people that might then start selling their original designs because they will feel safer doing so could pick up some of that loss on the platform. Etsy does need to crack down on this. The respect from creators they will gain would be incredible and much needed. From Scott's Herard, maybe. I'm all about it. I wish they would actually enforce it. Printing someone else's designs for profit is a joke. Put some effort into learning some kind of software and sell your own designs. There is really no excuse these days. The information is free and everywhere.
Oh
Let's
God, I'm
see.
not the outspoken one
No,
for
you're not.
once.
At TEHHAMSTAH, so Tahamsta? Sure. Uh, I have to regularly chase down people selling prints of my models without authorization on Etsy, and I'm glad they will finally be doing something about it. I'm happy for people to sell prints of my models if they have been licensed to do so, but stealing my designs to make low effort money is just not acceptable. From at Weapons and Armor, how is Etsy going to decide if it's your design, and what does that mean about people using AI to design a product? Is that their product or is that AI design? I mean, there needs to be a middle ground here because some designers literally spend their time designing stuff to license out to printers. Like dude, I sit here and say, you thought you were going to be the hot take? These are not even close to the hot takes in this so far. And I agree with these people. I believe there's a necessity for this because we have to have some level, but AI is a whole different perspective of who does own it now.
Oh, okay. So this is kind of merging onto the AI talk we did last week.
Mm-hmm.
AI at the moment is a tool that you can use. Now, you could say 100% AI generated part and then selling it is the AI's design. It's not, it's still the tool. It's just you as the creator used the tool predominantly to make the part,
Yep.
and you are a tool because of it. And I'm using that as the insult tool. Don't just use an AI and make a part. It's lazy. And that's what people
Yeah.
don't like about it is it's lazy. But you are just using a tool. It's almost like saying a CNC that you put a part in and it comes out and it's finished is the CNC's part. It's not. You just used the tool to make the part. Yeah, 100% of it was CNC'd doesn't mean it's the CNC's part. And it's the same with anything that's software related. It's like going on ChatGPT and vibe coding. As much as we all bloody hate vibe coding as a concept,
It works.
it still gives you an output. It's your impetus that made that output happen,
Yep.
even if you went via the laziest, slowest, buggiest way possible. It's still your code. You took ownership of it.
Correct.
It's not the ownership of that thing. You
No.
just told it to do the thing.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't know. Just
There are so many unanswered questions, and it seems like all the answers that people have been getting just present more questions associated with it.
yeah, like I don't think AI is a good topic at the moment. It's
Yeah.
changing too fast and the capability is getting better and better. Eventually, I will probably change my mind and say it is an AI's design. It's not your design when it gets good enough to do everything.
Yeah.
But until then, I'm going to classify as a tool. I don't think there should be any laws or any legislation or any policies added based around AI. because we're going to get the same problem that the UK has. Now, I'm not sure you know this, Grant, but do you know AIs are banned in the UK in certain areas?
I don't think that's a bad thing, but no, I didn't know that.
Do you
I
know
don't
when
think
the
it's a bad
law
thing.
got made to ban them?
No.
The 60s.
Mm.
The 60s.
We're rolling.
It was for telephone lines. It was so when you call up
Oh,
a bank and it
robocallers.
has the automated system,
Hmm.
it can't sentiment match you if it thinks you're angry. That's why they were banned. You can't use direct voice like AI control and filter from that.
But I can
They banned
appreciate
an
that.
entire section of it. And the issue is AI is now different. Back in the day, like, yeah, I could understand it. AI then was not really AI. It was just angry tones spiked a graph, and
Right.
therefore they classed you as angry. And they banned it because they wanted people to get through to the right areas, no matter what tone of voice they had. But now we've got OpenAI's voice control, where it will talk back to you based on what you talk into it.
Yeah.
That law breaks that entire piece of software.
Hmm.
We cannot have it in the UK, but they never thought it would be possible. So now we have a law that will take years to get rid of. And by the time it's gotten rid of, it probably needs to come back because it would have changed so much when they started trying to quash it. So I don't like it at the moment, the conversation of we need to put things in place for AI because
Yeah.
it will
We're
change so quickly, it will break itself before it fixes it.
we're trying to predict the future with only past knowledge, and it's much harder than you think. And the ones that are actively working on this AI stuff often don't want to be too involved with the legislation, because at that point then they have to be clear and honest about what is coming, because they often know before
Oh
anybody
yeah.
else. And like, so here's one from Sublimation Man, at Sublimation Man. The really bad part of Etsy is the inconsistency in what support is telling people. I've seen dozens of posts where people ask Etsy support about the issue, and it's about 50-50 saying they can and can't sell their products. Now, if you read the TOS, it is very clear. If you did not create the design, you can't sell it. But people don't want to take that at face value for some reason. That being said, Etsy is getting pretty muddy with thousands of Flexi Dragons for sale. Sure, lots of colors and styles, but it's just really flooded and takes away from the value as I see it. 99.9% of what I sell are unique in my own designs, so it does not much affect me as much. I've actually have had to do takedowns on a few people that took my design off Thingiverse that were non-commercial and selling them, but it's not that hard. Like,
So design is an interesting one. Now,
it can
design is
actually
more than
really
what.
hurt designers.
Well, the other thing is I want to put a little bit of like spotlight. Design is not what most people think in terms of the law. Uh
No, no.
it is not like Flexi Dragon is Flexi Dragon. So you could argue in a court of law, again, not legal advice, that the dragon you downloaded and you printed is a different design than the exact same file that somebody else printed in a different color.
Because your print settings will
Be
be different.
your print settings are
They're
different, your
unique.
material is different. They are unique. Now, while the base model is the same, you could harken this to miniature painting. Let's say I gave you a little space marine from Warhammer,
Mhm.
and you gave me a little space marine from Warhammer,
We will paint it
and we
differently.
painted them differently, and we put them forward. Nobody in their right mind is going to go there the same design.
Mhm.
Like they're not, because it's the paint is what changed it. It's transformative is the legal term,
Yeah.
and it's the same with other aspects. So we as a company, so Construct 3D now, this is something probably not a lot of people know about the printers that we have. We actually do have protection on our machines, more so than any other company from what I've seen. Now, our printers are not open source, but for the sake of this argument, I'm going to say that they're open source because you can access the files with a Google search. You can go on our GitHub and you can get our CAD files for our printer, our manufacturing files that we use in-house. You can get the licenses for everything. You can also get the firmware on our machines. Like our secret source is publicly available with a caveat, but that caveat does not matter for this conversation. How did we protect ourselves? So China didn't come along, take our exact design and make it 10 times cheaper because they've got weight of engineering behind them. We have the equivalent of IP protection. It's not IP protection, it's too expensive. We have a design protection. on the printer.
Yep.
That covers the materials. It covers the shape. It covers the form factor. It covers the aesthetic vibe. And I
Yep.
use the word vibe literally. It covers if somebody else wanted to make a machine that looks anywhere similar to what we do, like we squint at it, we are protected from that.
Yep.
That is also part of what people need to be aware of when you look into the terms and conditions. When they're saying you need to own the design, it needs to be your design. It's not saying you can't have a pattern or a file that somebody else made and you licensed, because the word design does not imply it is the 3D printer file. It is the entire output what that 3D printer makes. So I just want to put a little bit of
And that's a big deal.
spotlight
There
on
are
that
ways
part.
to protect things that aren't the normal way, right? And you guys have taken it in a way that it makes sense for you, but it also enables you to do things that are not counterproductive for the industry. And that's literally why we agreed to work with you in the first place, was not just because I think you have a cool machine, but because I believe you have a unique way of looking at intellectual property that is not counterproductive, right? We look at intellectual property in this industry as historically being exceedingly counterproductive. And you all have done it in a way that I don't believe is counterproductive. And you openly try to work with people that could be in violation so that they don't have to be, or there can be a license. It doesn't have to be expensive and things like that. You work so that you're not trying to stop others from doing what they're doing. You're just trying to make sure that they're staying inside of their guardrails. And I've always
Like
appreciated the hell out of that.
the reason I brought it up was, other than it's a really nice thing to talk about, I like the nuance of legal things, is when Etsy says you need to be the designer, it doesn't imply in any words in that sentence
Yep.
that you have to be the 3D modeler that made the model, which you then print. That is a very different thing. Design is more than the file. Now, I think this is also a little bit of like Ouroboros, like the snake eating its own tail,
Yep.
where the reason that comment said you need to be the designer, and they said it in a way that implies the printable file, is because they see the parts that are being copied as cheap. And that is the only thing that is unique
Yeah,
about
I think
it
they see it as
is
devaluing their platform.
exactly.
Yeah.
So Etsy might not change anything on the 3D printing side, because you might say, no, it is my design. I made a decision on the material that this is made. It is custom. It is my design of this stencil. Because you can just transfer it. If
Yep.
you can do the same argument in a different form factor, I think that's okay. Like if you go, oh yeah, I used the same wood bowl stencil for my hand lathe, they are gonna look the same. But my design was, I did it in rosewood, or I did it in sapele, or I did it in African blackwood because I'm so baller I could afford the license to buy that. Like that is also design, is the other choices that
Well,
imply.
my assumption here
So
is Etsy means the literal, like, you need to be designing it. And so like but will they enforce it? That's the only thing that we have to figure out with time, is will they actually enforce it? Yes, there is some devaluing happening, but again, Etsy still makes their fees. So who cares? Right?
yeah.
You want me to read the hate comment? Because I found it. You want me to read the hate
Yeah,
comment?
go on. Hate comments. Let's go. I love hate comments.
So I'm not going to use the person's name because I don't want to give them that. They said, as usual, the same with your BBL, Bamboo Lab, hate vids. This is just clickbait. If you bother to follow up with more recent YouTubers and actual facts, you would know that it's not what you say. Instead, you produce a load of rubbish based on scare tactics and getting clicks.
We're the exact opposite
One,
of that.
clearly did not watch that video. Two, if all I did was watch other people's content and form my opinion on it, it's not an opinion anymore. It's other people's opinions that I've now adopted as my own. My reply said, I don't watch others in the industry. This is done to ensure my opinions are my own. But hey, thanks for the watch time and the comment. Nothing about the title or thumbnail is clickbait. Don't like it, don't watch, homie. It's that simple. Like, the hater, it's like,
It's actually really
he thinks
funny.
that my
I'm the
scare
one.
he's like, oh,
I'm
you
the
have
one in the
scare
private
tactics like
Discord.
Bamboo. Like, They weren't scare tactics. They
Nah,
never were.
nah.
We were right. And you
What's
all are
funny
just
is
finding out how right we were.
I'm in the Discord actually telling Grant and the editors we need to clickbait this up. We need to like
And I'm
really
like,
ham up the clickbait, and
nope,
both of them are like, no,
nope.
don't do it.
Yeah, we
I'm
are
the one trying to push for clickbait, and it's never happening.
we are fine with sensationalizing because that's above board, right? If I just said, you know, Etsy, if my title was Etsy changed their TOS, and the title said new TOS from, or the thumbnail was new TOS from Etsy, none of you would click it. None of you would click it, right? We have to have some level of sensationalizing. So the title is Etsy could destroy 3D printing businesses, exclamation point, question mark.
I mean, that's just a question.
That's not incorrect. That is not incorrect. They have every ability to destroy 3D printing businesses right now. All of them? No. Specifically a few? Probably. And the title or the thumbnail has Etsy in big words, says cracking down on creators, question mark, with me with a kind of face. None of that is clickbait. It is all we went over all of that in the video. Clickbait is when you go to a video and it's not that. So to that individual, that's what I have to say to you. You're
Can
just
we make a poll in the chat asking, do you want to see more clickbait titles or not?
I don't care what they want. I know that I don't want it.
I think you need it.
All right,
I want to see what the community thinks, because you could just be so off base because you want to be genuine. In reality, you're not playing the game.
All right, fine.
Like, for example, people, the title of this video, Etsy at war with makers. I sent a message to Andrew saying, hey, we should ham it up a bit, because I don't even remember what the original title was.
It was much less, All right,
it was
I started the poll.
tame. It was tame, and YouTube, well, Grant's success in my eyes requires clickbait. It's not about the content in the video being clickbait. It's just the title and the name. It's how YouTube works. And I really want to see more success to the videos, which are actually quite good, even if it means clickbaiting it up.
Yeah,
and it doesn't need to be sensationalist clickbait where you lie, but it does need to be, in my eyes, just that little bit more aggressive.
And this is the thing. So in my eyes, clickbait is when you lie. Clickbait is when the title and thumbnail or have nothing to do with the video, or who said it? Soundspark. Clickbait would be a thumbnail of a gigantic engine that doesn't appear anywhere in the video. So like, if I'm going to go work with a big 1.4 million subscriber YouTuber locally who's into cars, okay, and I use as my title, such and such YouTuber broke their car, we fixed it. That's not sensationalized, or that's not clickbait. That's a good title. If I said this person doesn't know what they're doing, or this ruins everything, that's more clickbait, right? Like when people use like when they stop a series and their last video is just titled The End, right? That's
to be fair, that is peak clickbait. Also, where it's not wrong, but it's also funny.
Mitch, for God's sakes, you're in our Discord. You can literally see who it is. I publicly put about it in our Discord. Like, oh my God.
And if you
Mitch,
too want to see which it is, you can pay at the $10 tier or higher and get in the Discord where we moan about people.
I'm gonna tag Mitch right now so he can see who it is. There, Mitch, I just tagged you in who it is. It is not Tavarish. Maybe one day, but it's not Tavarish. I didn't realize this other content creator was he's like 30 minutes away from me. Super cool guy.
Okay, that's quite
We spent the whole day together. It was a lot of fun. Sorry, I don't fall for Discord clickbait. Okay, literally matchmakers. All right, see now all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete the people that went into the Discord and are posting it. So I'm just gonna delete.
Guys, let's not
right
dox the person. There's a reason we didn't say who it was, because we actually like to be above board.
Well, it's also because the video's not out yet, right? And we're not done yet. There's more work we have to do. So no offense, Matt's Makerspace. I just did that because it's way more fun to tell people to go to the Discord and pay us $10 a month and come hang out with us.
See, that's clickbait. That's that little come join
Oh, look,
money.
Doug is just figuring out. He said, I enjoy throwing super chats, but I realize that the more super chats I do, I would be getting more value for the Discord tier membership.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
pretty
Doug,
sure
you
you've given
would.
us more.
You've
given us more money than the membership.
No, and Matt's making is like, sorry, didn't do something bad. You're fine, dude. I just deleted the comment. You're good, but you did get it right. Yeah, repair parts too expensive, 3D printing. Yeah, we took a $500 part and it was like literally 5 cents of plastic and 28 minutes to print it. It's pretty cool. But
you know what is interesting though? This poll. This poll is.
It's close. It's funny. It's
close.
Much closer than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, please vote on that poll. Like it's 50...
like actually, this is a really good opportunity. I know I was saying it kind of as a meme and a joke, but actually vote on this poll.
Yeah, it's 55 votes so far, 57 now. You all are saying we have to. We got to make it a little bit crazier. I mean, we can, right?
I mean,
we
we
got to
could do an A/B test, like do a week or 2 weeks where you ham it up a little bit more.
Can try.
And I'm not saying you have to lie. Like, don't lie.
Well,
don't break your integrity.
Clickbait is lying, right?
We can go though.
It is
it's sensationalizing it. It's like if you took a thumbnail of a car and gone, "Is this the best car?" Like, that's not a lie. It's a question, and it's sensationalizing it.
Well, the definition of clickbait is not. It says context whose main purpose is to attract attention and encourage visitors to click a link. But traditionally, clickbait is more that the thumbnail and title don't match the video, right?
Okay, how about this then? This would be clickbait. A video where we do something together, and the title is Construct 3D Hostile Takeover something. I will be taking over your channel, like 3D Musketeers, hostile takeover by Construct 3D. Oh, that's clickbait. That'll be funny.
GP3D says
like,
real
it gets
clickbait.
People to click it.
GP3D says real clickbait is any headline / news outlet dedicated to Formula One. My God, you're so right though, right? You know, is Max Verstappen injured forever? Right? No, he's fine. It's like that's. Yeah, so and who said it? Christopher Elliott said, I voted no on the poll based on Grant's definition of clickbait, not Jacob's. Yeah, Jacob, your definition is sensationalized. To me, clickbait is
What's clickbait.
When you go to a video, like let's say you're looking for a tutorial video and it doesn't actually tell you how to do the thing. You got baited to give the click and you got nothing out of it.
Okay, let's go to a different YouTuber, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. His videos are the definition of clickbait video.
His videos
the face, the title.
It's the definition of sensationalized.
Nah, that's clickbait. I think you've just got the wrong definition of clickbait.
All right, you all in the chat, put your definition of what clickbait is, because right now we've got, like, we are on opposite ends of this spectrum right now. And yes, there's going to be a spectrum too, but I want to know in the chat right now. And if you're listening back, audio only, or listening or watching back on YouTube, freaking leave a comment and tell us what you believe clickbait is. Because Jacob and I fundamentally disagree on this. I think we agree, but the way that we're looking at the definitions are different. So Clownhammer says clickbait lures you in and doesn't deliver on what it says. Someone referenced someone else. Incorrect error said something such as a headline designed to make readers want to click on a hyperlink, especially when that link leads to content of dubious value or interest. You clearly copied that from some website.
Mitch3D says hi.
Clickbaiting literally means baiting someone to click. Beater Printer says, I feel like clickbait is a necessary evil to get content out to people. Lying is lame, but sensationalizing is fine. Christopher Elliott says, classic clickbait has a hot chick in the thumbnail when there aren't any hot chicks in the video. Yeah, that's why you don't see hot chicks.
I mean, I think that's okay, to be fair. That's literally how they used to sell cars.
But that's clickbait. It's clickbait. It's clickbait.
Is that bad?
Yes, I think it's bad.
Do you think having poster women next to a hot car when you're trying to sell car is clickbait?
Sex sells. Like, love it or hate
Yeah,
it. Don't hate the player, hate the
but
game.
nobody complains about it. Exactly. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I
You
don't
need to
hate the player.
clickbait.
I hate the game. Right?
Cool.
I hate the
Hate
game
both.
behind
You need
this.
to clickbait though. I stand by this.
This is
I
upsetting
see
me.
the content you produce, and it's so good, and it doesn't get
All right.
anywhere near the
Here's what I want
views.
you to try then. When we're doing our next review that you're in, I want you to say more sensationalized, not clickbait, because I think it's literally a verbiage thing. If you went from clickbait to say sensationalized, I totally agree with you. I believe we do too, but I'm afraid of it getting too close on clickbait that I don't want to like sacrifice my integrity as a creator for views, right? There's
No, it's okay.
plenty of
You're just sacrificing the integrity of the editor for views.
Mitch 3D says I just need to put on a bikini for the next video. You don't want that. You don't want that.
Are you sure?
I'm
I'll get views.
no, based on our metrics, unless
Do
the
you know how
nine
many people went to Linus Tech Tips only fan?
okay, that's
Like
fair.
there was loads.
But they also have 10 million subscribers, and that's a terrible way to describe how many people went to an OnlyFans. Uh like we thought about doing it too. We thought about starting an OnlyFans as a joke. But we're like, nah, LTT already did that. Like we can't. It's not funny.
See, what
Um
I'm liking more is when the poll went up and you only had your definition of clickbait and I was saying we need to do more clickbait, it was still 50-50. And that was on the lying side of clickbait, not even the explaining it's more sensationalist.
that's true now. LTT has
The data's not lying.
LTT now has the fireman calendar because they have the fire truck. I'm trying to buy a fire truck. I have a really stupid reason to own a fire truck, but I'm trying to buy a fire truck. But if you do want to have a little bit of fun, you can go to onlygrantrants.com. I don't have an SSL on it. Sucks to suck. But we do own the domain onlygrantrants.com. You're welcome to check it out at whenever. So there's that. Jimmy says Grant is correct, but Jacob's definition has been what it has evolved to. Just as POV has changed from point of view to just a scene of POV shopping with my girlfriend, just a video of a guy carrying stuff. Right? So, yeah, I think I'm using more of the traditional definition while I'm using the millennial definition, you're using the Gen Z definition.
Ooh.
That's literally what's happening.
I don't like that.
Surely Florida is too humid for fires. We're actually under a burn ban right now. I'm upset at this.
Gotta bump those numbers up.
I have a lot of boxes that need to be returned to Mother Earth Gaia from whence they came. But I can't. And yes, as Mitch found out.
Wait, does a burn ban extend to businesses?
Yes.
Does it?
Yep. If I wanted to burn boxes in my backyard right now, I have to get a permit to do it. Which is funny because it's rained every single day for like the past week. But if I look at my rain barrel's only like half full right now. And normally this time of year, it's overflowing. Doug says compost the boxes. No, I'm not bothering with that.
That's how you get macroplastics in your water supply.
I'm just going to forget to like turn it and it's going to die and just, no, I'll burn them. It's easier. Because we don't. So fun
Also
fact about where I
better.
live, we don't have municipal recycling. I have to take everything to a recycling center 45 minutes away if I want to recycle anything. And then I believe it's just burned for fuel. So like, no, I'm not
I have
doing
no
that.
idea why you live in such a third world country.
Well, you got to work with what you got sometimes. Okay. Right. Like, I didn't think that we will eventually look at doing compost, like when we have the whole farm set up and everything like that, because then that makes sense. But right now, I have no reason. Most of the plants that we grow here right now thrive in the sandy soil that is Florida. Cactus, we have a passion fruit that's been fruiting like crazy right now. So I have tons of passion fruits. Like, we normally have like at least a dozen of them a week at this point. Random stuff. Some stuff just doesn't survive. Who knows? But yeah, I guess 55% of people say yes. So give you guys another 60 seconds or so, then I'll go ahead and end the poll and we'll see We'll see. I can't believe the answer is going to end up being yes.
I
This is.
I didn't actually expect that to happen, but I'm glad.
You're just glad that you won.
Yeah, I don't care what the answer is. I just like being right. I didn't start a business to keep my ego small. This is why I do it.
Jeez. Let me see some of the other comments on here. Annabus520 said, I think this is a great change. I think there's way too much trash on Etsy that floods the market. I can see Etsy doing it one of two ways. People report others using their designs, or two, Etsy sees 5 billion identical dragons, take down all the stores, and send them all a PM asking for proof of design. What I do think would be a great touch would be that sellers can team up with designers and get a reference on their page and be allowed to use their dragons. I think it's going to be hard on a lot of businesses at the start, but will get better for everyone in the end. Dude, I love that idea.
That was literally, I would like that.
If you're selling somebody else's intellectual property and you have a license to do it, that you are required to state it and link back to them. Like, it's like, 3D Musketeers in partnership with Lucky 13 selling the Dummy 13. Like,
yeah, it's like,
dude,
so
that'd
Alibaba
be so
has
good.
something similar.
That'd
That
be
is
so
really good, which is when you have accreditation by Alibaba, you actually have a certificate with a date and a tracking number that you publicly show. And that could work for this. Like, if you have let's say it's Cinderwing, because everybody knows of a Flexi Dragon, because honestly, they're really adorable, and the stuff Cinderwing makes is actually quite cute.
They're pretty cute.
Like, if she sent out just like an email blast that is just, thank you for purchasing this. Here is your unique shop ID, so you can tell who is who. It is valid from this date to this date. And then Etsy has to have that next to the file. So it's somewhere like just on the right. It doesn't have to be big. It could just be a drop-down button. It just says you have a license that's agreed for this time.
Dude, amen.
That's it.
Like,
that would fix all the issues.
Dude, if they did that, I'd be praising them to the end of my day. Because like the designers get like no credit, right? They just get their $10 a month or whatever it is. And don't get me wrong, Cinderwing 3D has like 40,000 or 4,000. I don't. They have a ton of Patreon members.
I mean, they got me as one.
Yeah, but they could have more if people knew where the files came from. That would be a really cool way of doing it. I like that. I like that comment. Who said it? GP3D said, Jacob, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Jacob doesn't even get that reference. So there you go.
Is it a Fast and Furious reference?
You're damn right it is. It's from...
Damn it.
I think it's from the first one. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile.
I've learned
winning is winning.
names of it. I learned the second one is called Too Fast, Too Furious, which I think is the best name of a film ever.
Too Fast, Too Furious. Yep. And what's the third one?
I have no clue.
Tokyo Drift. Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift.
And then
they just slowly give up. They just slowly give
up.
Yeah,
I know that there's...
And they're not filmed in...
Fast 4, Fast 5, or...
But they're also not filmed in order at which the history takes place in the movies. So, Tokyo Drift isn't the regular people. It's not Paul Walker, Vin Diesel, and all that. It's a completely different character, but it is considered one of the better Fast and Furious movies. Anyways, then they all end up getting together in the later movies. Paul Walker ends up, unfortunately, dying in real life in a Carrera GT crash. And ever since then, the industry, like, it's just gotten crazier and crazier and crazier. Now they just say, what are physics? We don't care about that. Anyways, yeah, Jason said, Jacob reviews Fast and Furious movies, clickbait title. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. I'm trying to convince him to watch them, but I kind of want to watch them together because, like, the first Fast and Furious movie, I watched it when it first came out, and that's what, like, for a lot of us that are in, like, their mid-30s, that's what got us into cars. Like, we loved seeing that Mark IV orange Supra with the big freaking turbo, 2JZ, no shit. Like, these are the things that, like, car guys, car people love. But the entire premise of that movie is around hijacking and selling DVD and VCR players. does not age because you literally can't sell them anymore. So the entire like premise of the movie itself, if you remember that it came out in 2003, makes it a great movie. Currently doesn't hold up whatsoever, but
So
it's
I've got
fine. It's
some
still a
ways
good
to do
movie.
it. So there's Teleparty, which links into all the streaming services, and then you can create a teleparty with it. Because obviously all of the big streaming services do not want you to
They
watch it with your
don't.
friends anymore.
Yeah, no.
That was the biggest disappointment was Disney Plus got rid of the watch party feature,
Hmm.
which was a shame because I used to watch it with my boys. We would get it up, would get Andor on, and we'd just sit there with food. We'd eat it all on our own and geek out about every little thing we notice. But we found a way around it. We got watch party, and my friend Sam somehow can Discord stream Netflix
Hmm.
and Amazon, and it doesn't break the stream.
You capture your whole screen rather than the tab.
Nope. That still does it. That
Oh,
breaks
really?
it.
Okay, that's what you used to be able to
I've
do.
checked his setting. He does have hardware acceleration on, which is normally the way you get around HDCP. He does have advanced stuff on. He's not turned anything off. It just works. And the only reason I think it still works is he's got his monitors on a DVI-D cable, not a HDMI or a display port. And then he turned the monitor around to HDMI.
Couldn't
And
tell you,
I've also got an
but
issue.
it would be a lot of fun even if we could do it in the Discord with like all the fans and we're just watching
Well,
fast.
that's
Oh,
what
that'd
I'd
be
like.
so
It's
good.
just like movie night.
Movie night, but
Discord
it's
movie night.
we start with the Fast and Furious movies. Oh, dude, that'd be so cool. Now that we cannot use that as a perk of the Discord because that is very much not okay. But
As somebody who used to work at a cinema,
yeah, no,
and
they're not gonna
I
like
had
that.
to also deal with the licenses that come
No,
with cinema work.
yep,
They will not like that.
no,
That
they
is
will not
breaking
like that.
every law.
So we won't do it.
Oh, sorry, I just had something in my eye for a second.
Yeah, something my,
Yeah.
I got my tick today, Reliance says movie night. I don't need sleep anyways. You and Jacob are on almost the same time zone, so Jacob just doesn't sleep. Jacob at this point is almost running USA hours, which is kind of hilarious to me.
It is actually quite funny. I'm running USA hours and still waking up early for work.
Oh, Beard Apprentice says my favorite is when they
Oh.
talk about Cuban NOS, nitrous oxide systems, NOS, because it's obviously way better than regular NOS. I think
That's not
that
how
was
it works.
I think that was a Cuban cigar joke. I'm fairly certain because like Cuban cigars are illegal, and that was the joke is that it's Cuban not
Wait, they're illegal?
Yeah.
Why are they illegal?
because they normally have marijuana in them.
Oh,
I think.
didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure I'm certain that's why Cuban cigars are illegal. Yeah, there we go. Well, okay, the embargo, but what makes a Cuban cigar special? That's I want to know why they're special. Is it just the embargo?
Because I could have literally got you some when you came over in December.
I'm half Cuban. I have people. It's not a worry.
I'm just saying.
Renowned for their exceptional quality, unique flavor, stemming from a combination of factors including Cuba's ideal growing conditions, centuries of tradition, and 100% use of 100% Cuban tobacco. Okay, so it isn't marijuana. I always thought that's what made them illegal. I knew there was an embargo.
The
but
US, third world country, can't even have Cuban cigars.
I live in Tampa. It's basically the same thing. Literally, we have cigar factories here in Tampa. I love the smell of tobacco. Do not smoke. No, none of that. But I love the smell of it. And I love watching people hand roll cigars. It is an art form. I love watching artists at work. I don't care what art they're doing, but I care about I care about their passion. And it is always awesome to watch someone who has dedicated their life to doing something perfect, to doing it perfect. It's so cool.
See, you've just been added to my my gift list. Every
Don't.
time I go to Malta, every
Don't
time I
send me
go to
Cuban
Malta,
cigars.
I buy cigars and I buy cigarillos, and it's a running joke that everybody I give them to hates them. They never use them. They sit in the box in the corner because they can't get rid of them because they're a gift, and that's why I buy
Oh, I
them.
can give them. I'll give them to business people that I know that smoke.
Well, that's literally what I do. I buy them for my friends. They're like, I don't smoke. I'm like, I know.
Yeah.
But here you go anyway.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, Yeah, but we have some pretty cool, like, a lot of them have gone out of business. So they'll turn these old cigar rolling factories into other businesses, and you can still see a lot of the history of it in there, and like, dude, that's just so cool. It's so cool to like go into an old historic building in Tampa and understand its history, but see how it's been modernized to some extent. And yeah. Uh Dormungan says, Grant, where are the flags I sent you? Not here. I don't have any flags right now. There are no
Except
extra.
one.
Yeah, I just have
You
that
got one
flag.
behind you.
Yeah. We are accepting flags, but for reference, that is like, I think 300 by 400 millimeters. Don't send bigger than that because they won't fit. Um, but it would be, yeah. Once we get like small enough flags that we can put on like behind me in streams, in videos, I'll do it. I think it'd be really
See,
cool to have a
now
flag
I just want to
from.
start giving you weird flags.
No, you have to live in the country, right? So it's like to represent, to like have your country represented. And if it goes to you first before it goes to me, I want you to sign it. If that's okay, if that's not like
Hmm.
against the tradition of the flag to sign it. If it is against the tradition, then send me like a card, like a postcard that's signed with it, and I'll tape it like to the stick on the flag. It's really cool for me to be able to look at like where we have fans. I don't know. Would be
I am
fun.
now going to do all of my might to try get you like a North Korean flag.
We don't have fans in North Korea.
That's exactly why I'm going to try and
But
get a
that
fan
doesn't that
in North Korea.
you're but see what happens is you're ruining it for everybody. Just like what I'm going to do right now since we are so deep into this, and I don't want state flags. That's not a requirement.
No, no,
Country.
state flags aren't real, and American state flags suck ass. Just straight up.
Oh,
They're
apparently
bad.
Spectrum's at the end of the road according to Amber, so we may or may not lose our internet. We'll see what happens. Um but I'm going to open up the company phone line. If you want to call the company phone line, it's a Google Voice number. You will have to say who you are. So I need you to tell me your name in the chat. And if I don't see your name in the chat, I'm not going to answer the call. But I will answer calls. We'll put you on speakerphone. And I want to talk about, if specifically if you have a 3D printing business that sells on Etsy, we'd love to talk to you about your thoughts regarding all of this and have a little fun. We'll take a few. We want to start looking at doing something like this. We don't have a proper system just yet, but we want to get one. And so I want to see how this works out. So, Luke Slab said, now all my dragons won't sell. Sad. Maybe you should turn them into nozzles instead. Like hot ends for the +4 or something like that.
Bloody hell.
So yeah, I'll wait. He said he's trying. There, no, do or do not. There is no try. I know it's
No, no, you're right, Luke. You are very trying.
they just don't deliver their machines correctly. I'm well aware of this problem. Um, do I need to put the phone number in the chat? Like, do people
I
not know
think
my
that
company
would
phone
be
number?
helpful.
All right.
So, if it wasn't for the fact my computer is actively dying right now, I would have put the number up on my my
Okay.
little stream.
I'll put it up.
Also, people are gonna. I'm gonna. Oh, do I dare? I'm gonna dare.
What?
I'm gonna dare. I'm gonna show the stream how bad my screens are right now.
Oh,
So
oh, they're really bad. Oh, dude. Oh
look at
no.
the flicker.
Oh no, Jacob.
Yay!
Jacob.
On the plus side, the change to the VRAM frequency did fix a lot of it
Just not all.
until today. Um, yeah, this is the first time it's done it in 6 days. So
Mm.
I think my secondhand X mining scalped 3090 that I got from eBay and I undercharged, like I sent them a
Yeah, it's
really
probably time for
insultingly low
new
bid.
paste.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably
I've
time for
got
some new
some.
paste.
I've got a load of really nice quality thermal pads to put on the VRAM chips and everything, and I might liquid metal it,
I'm
so
surprised no one
it sounds
has
like
no
effort.
one has called us yet. Oh, there's phone call. Hold on. Let's see.
I can't hear anything.
I know you can't. Hey, Rick, you're on air with us on the Making
Oh, it's
Awesome
Wick.
podcast. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, man. So you sell on Etsy?
I do sell on Etsy, but I don't sell dragons.
You don't sell direct. Okay, so what do you do?
No, I don't sell dragons.
Oh, you don't sell dragons. Okay. So
Correct.
what do you sell on Etsy if you don't mind telling us?
Yeah, primarily I actually started 3D printing parts for laser engraving machines. So like
Okay.
rotary clamps,
Oh,
Cool.
honeycomb holders, stuff like that.
That's pretty cool. So what you've done is you've carved out a little bit of a niche for yourself, and are you custom designing all of this, or is this something where you're finding files and printing them?
No, everything that I've done has been custom designed, but I have had issues with. See, I've never sold my STL files, especially for like the clamp, but they're not that difficult. You can look at it and reverse engineer it. I have had people that copy the design, and now like my sales are way down, but that's because the individual that does that actually sells on Amazon. And it's hard to compete once they get to that level where, Amazon, you're dealing with Prime, you're dealing with, you have to, like, I don't take refunds. If you buy my clamp, I'm assuming that you're going to be able to use it, and I'm not going to take a refund unless there's some crazy thing, but you don't really have that with Amazon.
That's
so I'm
fair.
not willing to take those losses.
That's totally fair, because that return shipping alone just kind of destroys the cost of the product, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
I've priced my products, it cost me about $8 to create the product, and that's all the hardware, and I sell it for almost $50. But
Good
one
margins.
thing that, like, I understand the people that sell the dragons, because you can't value everybody's time the same. Just like you said, if you're doing 3D printing business consultation, that's one price. If you're doing, just something else, that's another price. I'm semi-retired. I don't have to pay myself for labor, and I could be watching TV, or I could be packaging Etsy products to ship the next day.
Yep.
But yeah, I think you're right. Etsy doesn't seem to be completely cracking down. I have a YouTube channel too. I did a post, I think, a little bit before yours, but I wasn't one of the first. I think they are going to use this as a tool. It does make it a lot easier to say, hey, you violated our terms, we're going to take our product down, or we're going to shut down your shop, because we don't. Etsy is horrible with customer service. It is
they don't
to get somebody on the phone.
Yeah, they don't care.
So
They're not in the customer service business.
Take the time. They don't want to take the time to validate, whether you're licensed or all that kind of stuff. They just want to make money. So,
Yep, they're in the business of making money.
I appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah, cool, dude. Well, what's your channel? Go ahead and plug it, since whatever, I got you on the phone and I can do this kind of stuff. What's your channel name?
It's Directed Tech T3CH.
Okay. All right. It's Directed Tech, and instead of an E in tech, it's a 3. If one of the mods wants to post a link to their channel in the chat, that'd be awesome. But yeah. So Wild Mo says hardly understandable audio. Sorry. Look, man, I'm doing what I can here.
It seems like it's auto peaking, so it hears your voice and then it drops his down, and then his comes back up, and then you make a noise and it drops it.
I don't have another way to push this audio in, so. All right, well, hey, thanks for trying at least. This also helps me understand that I can't just use my phone as a speaker phone into my microphone.
I mean, you might just need to hold it closer to the microphone.
It's literally touching it, basically.
Maybe you need to not directly touch it.
Well, you sound good to me.
Well, either way.
Because too loud will clip and it will get rid of it.
That's fair. Well, cool, man. Hey, thanks for calling in, and appreciate the opinion on
Absolutely.
it. Yeah, take care.
Thanks. Yep, bye.
So we've thought about doing call-in shows. If someone else wants to call in and give their opinion, they're welcome to. But we thought about doing
I've done
call-in
it.
shows.
That was weird.
Yeah, you did, but you did it on WhatsApp, because you're
I
in another
did.
country.
That actually was quite good.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'd have to have like a Bluetooth input, but see, I want to screen the call first. This is where like having a producer to screen the calls would be like super good for us. But yeah, there are thoughts here about having some sort of a call-in show where, if someone wants to talk a little bit further about something than what 200 characters gets you in the chat, they can. But of course, we're always worried about, someone baba-booeying the show, but way, way worse than that. Rob Lutter says, can't people
what's the worst they can do? I've already doxed myself. You can Google my name and find where I live.
Yeah, it's same, but it is what it is. So some people say use Discord. Not everybody uses Discord. And we don't actually use Discord for this call. We use Zoom for this call. And
so that might be changing soon. We've got things in the pipeline to up the quality of the stream.
We're trying to up Jacob's quality because he's literally sending data across an ocean. So things are changing. We're trying to make it better. We've got another call coming in. Let's see who it is.
Ooh. This time, try not put it on the speaker. It might be too high and doing it as background noise.
We got Evil Twin 3D here hanging out live on the podcast. How you doing? Oh, wait. You're still on my headset. There. Now everybody else can hear you.
Okay. No problem. Am I coming through all right?
Is he coming through all right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So, do you run a business selling parts on Etsy?
I do. It's a couple of things. I started with yarn bowls, and then I kind of moved up to making little things for pet enclosures, and then now I make 3D printed coffee cups.
Okay. Are these all original designs, or are you licensing other people's designs?
Now, they're all original designs. That's the neat part.
Okay.
Because, when I was starting, I'm like, I need to have it be original. And at one point, I was printing out this Christmas tree topper that was Nakatomi Tower. I started with somebody's design. And they're like, oh, man, I forgot myself on Etsy. And I just created it from scratch. Just recreated the Nakatomi Tower. So just, trying to be legit.
And is this like your core business, or is this like a hobby for you? I'm curious.
Oh, this is strictly a side business.
Okay.
Although it does help with my wife's, her full-time business. She goes to like anime conventions and craft shows, and so having the 3 products I make fills out the table when she can't quite get enough stuffed animals made or crochet things. So
very cool. Very cool. So what are your thoughts on these changes with Etsy?
I'm actually seeing a real positive uptick on my sales. Because again, it doesn't bother me. I'm everything I have on there except for like one alien facehugger jar is stuff that I've designed. And like I said, my sales have been picking up because I think what's happening is, I don't know, maybe other people are dropping off the algorithm or whatever. But,
might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Etsy is adjusting their algorithm for more stuff that is clearly handmade or closer to being unique. That's a perspective that I don't think I've heard before, that there could be just some algorithmic changes where the stuff that is unique will get pushed closer to the front. That's a cool perspective. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I haven't seen is them prompt anywhere in the listings for, like, is this an original design or not? So it also could just be, it's June, it's luck, and I just put out a new coffee cup that was just in time for Father's Day. And
Right.
Like 90% of my sales for the last 2 weeks is that one coffee cup that didn't exist the week before. So it could also be that, just sprinkling new products, I struck luck, but...
Yeah, I mean, hey, timing and, getting it out there right when it needs to be is what makes 90% of a business move, right? Location, but timing is a big deal too. If you're releasing a Father's Day mug after Father's Day it's not gonna sell. If you release it 2 or 3 weeks before Father's Day and get them delivered before Father's Day, yeah, you're gonna definitely win on that one. So, well, very cool, dude. Appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
All right. See you later.
Was that better?
This is cool.
Think
Yeah,
was a
that
little bit better?
worked.
Yeah, I
That
think it's
worked.
cool.
Yeah.
So someone said to check out Mission Log Live. They run live streams of call-ins weekly. Yeah, so if I didn't have my Google Voice muted right now, you'd hear every call that comes in. I could answer it from my computer, but it would muddy up Jacob's audio because I don't have Jacob's audio separate from the rest of my computer audio, and we haven't figured that all out yet. Obviously, we would not like to just hold my cell phone up to my microphone to get audio. We would like to have, a way for people to call in on more of a high-res connection. But
like a spoiler to anyone watching, my microphone is actually better quality than you're hearing, and my camera is in 4K, which you are not seeing.
And my
So we're
camera's
trying to
not
figure
4K.
a way out to make it work.
My camera's 1080. It's just a big sensor. So I use an RX100 Gen 3. You have an Insta360 Link 2 because I gave it to you. That way
Such a good camera.
you have a much better camera than that old C920. Okay, so as long as we both don't talk it smooth, I guess that makes sense because the microphone's going to reject the quieter thing, and I'm going to be the loud one. Yeah, we do need maybe a Google Voice on a cell phone, Bluetooth into the PC. No, you still get Bluetooth quality audio. That's the issue. So these are things we're working on for the future. We obviously want to do something to where there is an ability for people to call in live during a certain part of the
WhatsApp could
show.
work.
But then I have to give out my public WhatsApp number.
Can you make a digital only one?
Maybe. Might be able to.
And then you could do it on the PC only. Don't need to use the phone.
Right. But if I don't have that audio separated, your audio versus the caller's audio separated, when they call that number, WhatsApp will cause a ringtone to appear on the screen. So we have some options. There's a VoIP system that we've been looking at where the number's different every single week. That way it's...
That's it. TeamSpeak it is.
Jeez. Well, if any of you have experience doing that kind of thing, let me know. I think if Mad Cat is available when we do that kind of thing, we'll probably just make him the call screener because he already does like mod work. So call screening and mod work wouldn't be too bad.
I mean, now I think about it, we could actually set the Discord to public, but have 0 channels available except 1 voice channel.
Nah. Oh, we got another call coming in. Let's see. Let's see who we got.
How far away from the mic were you, by the way? Were you like that far?
Hold on.
He's focusing.
Press 2.
Hey, you're live with the Making Awesome podcast. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, it's Fruitanical Wares. They were the only one that actually commented in the chat saying that they were calling, so gotta love it.
Well, I wanted to follow the rules.
I appreciate it. So, do you sell on Etsy?
I do sell on Etsy. I actually bought my 3D printer with the purpose of selling on Etsy.
Okay. So do you do custom design work, or are you mostly reselling others like licensed artworks and stuff?
I resell others' licensed work. I kind of curate specific artists to get a certain look.
Fair.
I also have niched down my store, so I target neurodiverse individuals to use as fidget toys. So I only do ones that would be good for that purpose.
That's cool. I dig that. That's a good market to look at. So you could viably be heavily affected by this change. Whoop, heard myself there for a second. What do you think about this TOS change for Etsy? Do you think it's going to affect you, and what are you doing potentially to deal with that?
Yeah, absolutely could affect me. Like you said, they might just target anyone who gets a complaint from the original artist. We'll see. I'm leaving everything up right now and still doing all of the things just in case. I am also, of course, trying to build independently, social media,
Of course.
website, other platforms, looking into possibly in person, but that's a little difficult because this is a side thing and I have a full business. Ultimately, Etsy, it's their platform and they get to do what they want with it, our opinions aside. It's a teensy bit frustrating because I wanted to give my sort of viewpoint as an Etsy seller first and then the 3D printer. Because historically, this has not really been Etsy's stance on these things. And even right now, when they did their new creativity standards before this update, if you significantly modified the end result, then they considered it yours. Like if you were CNCing woodwork and you painted it, sanded it, whatever, sold it, Etsy considered it your design. Even with graphic design, if you got a whole bunch of Canva elements and you put them all together, edited it, Etsy considered it your design and they considered it okay. But they don't seem to be applying those same standards to the 3D printing.
Okay.
When you're choosing colors and you sand down the models and make sure they're good and quality, it just feels like inconsistent standards. And that's really my big complaint.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we've seen, even with the person that got a reply from Etsy, the reply kind of even directly contradicted the actual TOS. And from what we saw looking online, some people got yeses, some people got nos, and it was so wishy-washy that a lot of people are just like, well, we're just going to continue business as usual until something happens, and then we will react accordingly.
Yeah, it's kind of how you have to roll with Etsy.
Yeah, see, that can be tough. Is this your main business or is this a side thing for you?
This is a side thing for me. I have a full-time job, so if they kill it, it's okay. I'll either start designing my own, which I was looking into anyways, and I'll just continue on selling through other avenues. I just find it the inconsistency a bit frustrating, especially since they started doing bundles now where you can buy already made things, put them in a basket, and that's okay to sell, when that is, in my opinion, maybe even a little less creative input than people licensing work and 3D printing them.
That's fair. It's a good point. Etsy absolutely has to do something to make things a little bit more concrete, or people just have to wait for the first kind of ban hammer to come down and try to understand what happens. But reactionary is never a good process for business, right?
Absolutely. And I want to say I really value these streams. They really help me. You make really good points. And I mostly learned how to print with your Print Fix Friday videos. That's where I learned all my troubleshooting strategies. So I wanted to say thank you as well.
Well, no, thank you for watching and being a part of the community and, adding to the value that we can provide, right? Part of Print Fix Friday is hopefully to educate others to continue on the tradition of helping the newbies, because at some point everybody was a newbie and there will always be more newbies coming in. So thank you so much for your support, your kind words, and all of that. It is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, could I answer a comment that's in the chat? Because I know the answer.
I guess. Go ahead.
Dreams Void asked if you could link your personal site within Etsy, and you cannot. They do not allow personal links within.
That's what I figured. Most websites don't.
You can link to a newsletter. Sorry?
I said I figured that most websites don't, because they make their money on the transactions through Etsy. They don't make money when you use Etsy to take people off platform.
Absolutely. They do not want you to going to a different platform, but you can put on links and QR codes to a newsletter. People can sign up for it, and you can link through your own site through there. So that's nice.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Certainly ways around it if you wanted to. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. We're literally doing this live, so we're just trying it out. So thanks for being a part of it.
Absolutely. Have a good day. Bye, guys.
You too. Take care.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Yeah. This is why I want to do stuff like that, because there's some opportunity to have further conversations that like a 200 character comment in the chat won't let us do, right? I know that there are so many people that are out there, and like I want to do it toward the end of the shows so that you can't just like, if you're gonna wait for the whole show just to troll us, we'll take the watch time. We're fine with that. But ultimately we know that that is going to deter a lot of people. So the big issue that we worry about is people trolling. And it's like, if I recognize the number from one of our Discord members, they're the ones that I worry more about. The general public, I don't worry about. It's the degens in our Discord server. But like, I have to agree, right? It seems like everyone's kind of at the same point of, we don't know what to do. We kind of have to wait. And that waiting is a huge problem. Like a huge problem. Because you don't know. And you don't want to be the one that is in violation that gets hit with all this whatever. Dude, that would suck. So I guess we have to wait for Etsy to put us a further stance or start taking down stores. We will obviously be updating you all as it changes, because this is technically more of a developing story, but certainly one that could shape more of the future of 3D printing for B2C, business to consumer, in the future. So, Nomad says, don't tell me to call. You don't sell on Etsy. I know you don't sell on Etsy, and I know your phone number. Like, I can literally just deny the call. I think he has my personal cell phone number, right? I think he does. Yes, you have my personal cell phone number because I have your personal cell phone number. You're in my cell phone. Like, I'm looking at my cell phone. You have sold on Etsy. Well, you don't anymore because you have 2 jobs. 3 that I'm aware of. He's going to call, isn't he?
100%.
I think someone just tried to call.
As Doug says, reverse call. You call him instead.
Yeah. Oh no, we had a missed call. Someone called and it didn't go through. But I have a missed call from a number that I don't know, so I assume that was someone trying to call in. So, that 734 area code that called, if you would like to call back, assuming it wasn't just the person that called me again, we'll see if we can get you in. But otherwise, I think everyone seems to echo what we're going on, right? We don't think this is a bad thing, but we're a little concerned with the ambiguity, that the ambiguity creates an opportunity for people to play in the gray, right? And while often the gray is what separates a successful business from a failed business, when it is someone else who determines what the gray is and what isn't, and you don't get to know what it is until you find out whether or not you're in violation, that can be rough.
Yeah.
I don't mind playing in the gray. I'm all for playing in the gray. There's at least 50 Shades based on, popular media sources. But I believe that it's not as clean cut as a lot of us would like. The TOS is very clean cut, but Etsy's responses have been anything but easy to understand. So I think that's what is really causing a lot of the dilemma here. And if things do go kind of sideways, we'll do it.
I don't think they're going to clarify it. Like the email so far have showed they don't really want to put a hard stance down.
Well, their TOS is a hard stance. Their TOS is using the term must. That is a hard stance.
Yeah. But I would still argue if under legal terms, the word must isn't actually the bit you need to be focusing on. It's the words after that. And the after that is so nebulous that they can decide to do it or not, depending on their own interpretation of what comes after it.
Yep.
Design is not the model. It's
No.
everything that then includes the model. It's a bigger catchment. So, yeah, like, I think they're just doing this to self-police. Gut feel. Just straight up gut feel.
So you're with me now. So you're with me again, right?
Yeah, I've come full circle. I want them to use this as a way to apply pressure, because honestly, nobody likes the same thing printed by 50 different people. Like, there's no benefit to that. It's just you're all fighting against each other for a little scrap of pie while Etsy runs off with the rest of the feast. But yeah, like, it's a bit of a shot across the prow. There we go, got the words out eventually. Where you might want to start considering differentiating what you make.
Yep.
You don't want to be just making the same licensed stuff, or at least do a unique spin on it.
Well, and some differentiation is good. It's good because it lets you stand out from everybody else that is just competing on price, right? If this 4-hour show hasn't taught you anything, it's please, for the love of God, compete on something other than price. Be better customer service, get things out faster, be knowledgeable, be someone that holds someone's hand, right? Be the car guy that's selling stuff to the car community. Stand out from the, like, you don't want to be part of the chaff. You gotta stand out from it. And if all you're doing to stand out is by being cheap.
People are so aware of low effort. Like, if it's low effort, they can tell.
Hate it.
Even if it's printed great, we can tell. Do you know why? Because I can scroll down and see another of your identical part. Don't do that. If I see two things, I'm buying neither. That's how you get me not to buy your stuff.
Same. Also, apparently, it's prow, a shot across the prow for you. It's shot across the bow for me.
I don't know. I'm dyslexic as fuck, mate. I honestly don't know.
Don't touch our boats. Countries have learned you don't touch the boats of the U.S. Don't shoot across our bow. We don't like it. I've never heard of the word prow before, but
well, the prow is the front of a boat.
What? How? Prow versus bow. The bow is the front of a boat or a ship, while the prow is the forwardmost part of the bow. The part that cuts through the water. So you're the water cutter piece. I encompass all of it. So we are both technically correct, but does that make us equally right? Let us know in the comments which one, in the chat or whatever, which one of us is more correct, because we need to answer this if it is the silly tea drinkers or the people that throw tea into the water. Mitch 3D says we're proud of you. Thanks, Mitch. I'm just
somebody has to be.
I don't know anything about boats. I'm way too poor to know anything about boats. Like, come on, man. I don't know anything about boats. Next we'll do figurehead versus maidenhead. Shot across the bow. I'm in the U.S. Navy. See, the Navy people know it, but you can't ask U.S. service members. I'm well aware that, a Marine's diet consists pretty much mostly of yellow crayons, because the yellow ones do, of course, taste the best. But
the red ones are for the Marines.
I was just made the Marines joke with the crayons.
Oh, I thought you said something else. The red ones are for I can't think of any other US thing that could have red crayon. The seals. There we go. Seals.
No, don't mess with the seals. Nope.
I don't know.
Do that.
I feel like I'm gonna get stabbed in my sleep now.
Nah, probably not. It's technically not impossible, but probably not.
Look, see, all I have to do to protect myself from being stabbed in my sleep is tell them I'd welcome it. At which point, they don't want to do it anymore because it feels like giving me a reward instead of a punishment.
So, Duff weighs in as Team Geneva. Duff is part of the Geneva checklist, not the Geneva Convention. Up in the Great White North, Canada says bow. So if Canada says bow, I'm gonna go with
I'm going to
Canadians.
ignore Steve Nobbs, who's saying they're from the UK and they also say bow. I'm just going to selectively not see the issue with my own sentence.
The Adam Savage I reject reality and substitute my own. I'm here for it.
Yes.
I'm here for it. If the thing on the front of the boat is a maidenhead, that would be kind of not safe for work. Jesus, you all are terrible people. But yeah,
It's almost like some people haven't seen maidenheads. Like they are generally not safe for work.
I'm that sounds like a word that I'm way too poor to understand.
Okay, on the front of a boat, you have a statue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally, female.
Yep.
Titties out.
Yep.
That means not safe for work.
Oh, I mean, are you
Got
aware
booba.
of what they do every year in Tampa? Are you aware of the
Y'all in
pirate?
Florida.
Are you aware of the
You're in
pirate
Florida.
invasion that
You
we
do a lot
every
of
year?
things.
We do a pirate
I don't
invasion every
know.
year. Yeah.
Of course you do.
Yeah, we have a whole thing called Gasparilla, which is a celebration of pirate invasions, which is basically just so we have, old ships that are, or new ships that have been made to look old. They fill it full of people. They bring it into the city. The mayor is always like, the front person, and they raid the city. There's a huge parade. Beads get thrown. People get absolutely trashed, wasted. I've been down to the line once, like to the parade line once, because we had a friend who worked for a legal company, and the legal company was on the parade route, so we got to park in their parking lot. Because otherwise you're paying like $30 to park, and it takes forever to walk over there. And it's like, it was terrible. This was great. We got there a few hours early, hung out, had some drinks. It was awesome. It was a fun day. But they do the night parade for Gasparilla, which is way more intense for drinking, at least. There's the kids parade. There's marathons that occur with it. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, it's part of the whole history of Tampa is weird. But yeah, that's a thing. And then we have Soft Week here in Tampa, Special Operation Forces Week, where they do live demonstrations of like mini guns out of helicopters. They're shooting blanks constantly, but they're just dumping brass into the water.
Of course they are.
And they, put SEALs will come off. They'll jump out of the helicopter into the water and all that stuff. So I didn't know that that's what it was called. Thank you for correcting me. It's technically a figurehead. You're wrong. Amber says you're wrong.
I don't know. I'm dyslexic. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. But yes.
Yeah, you're bullying me because I'm disabled. It's fun.
Yeah. Okay. You'll have to, at some point you'll have to come out for a Soft Week, because like watching military personnel like jump out of Blackhawks into the water as someone is providing suppressive fire with a minigun, and then like just disappearing under the water, then reappearing on. It's super cool. And they do
that's pretty cool
every year. Yeah, I guess it's like one of the largest military showings in the country that doesn't involve like live munitions, which is kind of cool.
See, and this is why you need to clickbait more, so the stream can earn more money. You get a sponsor, and then you can fly me out for that.
See, no, that's where I need to get in that helicopter and fire the minigun so I can just title a video, "I'm shooting blanks." Now,
Don't worry, you don't need the
cool.
helicopter for that.
That is an acceptable video title because that is technically accurate, but YouTube would demonetize that video in a second. Anyways, what are your final thoughts on this whole Etsy thing? You've gone full circle on it, right?
I want Flexi Dragons to disappear, to be honest. I think they've been oversaturated to the point where they have absolutely destroyed the value of what 3D printing can actually provide, because now a lot of new people in the industry see Flexi Dragons as the go-to thing, as 3D printers make Flexi Dragons, not 3D printers are a tool to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw it. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Etsy can piss everyone off if they want. It's their website. I don't think they will.
No, they won't.
Because it's business suicide, because they're profiting from it.
Correct.
Don't shoot yourself in the foot when you're earning money.
Correct.
But I don't know. The future will tell. I hate that though, because it's almost like I don't have a stance anymore. I don't know. Like, I want people to realize they need to do something unique.
Yeah.
I want Flexi Dragons to become less popular, even though that will punish the designers of the stuff. As much as I love the designers of the stuff, this isn't the designer's problem. This is the fact the industry doesn't have a way to lock it down very well.
Yep.
And honestly, it's the consumer's fault. It's always the consumer's fault.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely partly the consumer's
Yeah,
fault,
Mitch
not
just
gonna
said
lie.
people keep buying them. There you go. Stop buying them.
Yep.
Stop being enticed by really cute looking dragons.
I believe the whole thing with the Flexi Dragons has devalued the 3D printing industry as a whole. I don't think that we are combined better off because of it. I do think that it's brought a lot of new people to the industry, which is good. But I think that now more than ever, which is interesting because it used to be bad, then it got okay, now it's bad again. People think that all we do is print trinkets and toys, and so they don't get it. And it's like
Bamboo Labs hasn't helped with that. Like, half the reason people buy A1s and stuff, other than
to
it's
print
the intro
toys and
printer,
stuff.
it's toys. They made the AMS not to do cool things. They did it for multicolor, for toys.
Yeah, but you know what? They've produced a hell of a product that works well, and love it or hate it,
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is.
You know what? We should have gone back into the good old days where Stratasys owned everything.
Don't say that.
Oh God, no!
Damn you,
I
Jake. No, I
think I was sick in my mouth thinking of that.
Yeah, that was kind of gross. My thought with all of this is that I think Etsy is doing it as a policing move. I don't think it's going to be unilaterally
They're doing the
imposed.
YouTube.
Huh?
They're just cloning it. They're doing YouTube.
They are. Will they have a content ID system? That one I don't know. It would be great if they did for
Probably not.
photos. That'd be very nice to see a content ID system for photos.
That wouldn't be hard to do.
But I do think this is part and parcel of kind of cleaning up of that things have kind of gotten out of control of what is handmade and what isn't, and how do we define handmade moving forward. So I think it is a start. I don't think this is the end of what Etsy is planning on and what Etsy is doing. I think it's a start. I think it is kind of designed to scare some people because it's going to scare off the low-hanging fruit and the ones
I mean, it's
that
worked. All
Yeah.
the YouTube videos are up in arms about it.
it is working. I don't think that there's a reason to panic because certainly if you're running a business, you should have other means of producing income. And that's, do not put all your eggs in one basket because at some point that basket will have a hole in it and all your eggs will fall out. Make sure that you have methods of having income. If you noticed, the 3 people that called us, none of them do this for a living. They all do it as a side gig, right? So do
Yep.
what you can to stand out. You're too cheap, raise your prices, and ultimately support the community, and we can all get better one step at a time. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's going to call it. Make sure you all leave a like, get subscribed. We're going to do a filament giveaway here right after we end our recording. Jacob, you want to take him out on this one?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So I still haven't remembered the exit thing.
Oh,
So I've been
okay.
cheating the last like 5 weeks. I have a little notepad open that has the
Oh, this
stay
son
safe
of a
out
gun.
there, forget to call your loved ones, and as always, keep making awesome. Hey, I remembered it. There we go. That does not count as the exit though. But the notepad that has it, I hide it above the camera. So when I read it, I'm looking at the camera. The screen is glitching, so I can't read it.
Nomad keeps calling me. So he's currently trolling
He's
us.
got to come on. Lemon. Lemon.
Nope, he said had to. LMAO. So he called me, hung up immediately, and then texted me, said had to. So just give out his personal phone number. I'm not going to do that. No. But that is all that we have for you all today. This has been episode 232 of the Making Awesome podcast, talking all about Etsy, its decisions, food, and military stuff. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. Stay till after I say the end of it, because we're going to give away some filament. And as always, keep making awesome. Have a good one.
Stay safe out there.
Okay, recordings are
So
finalized. Let's
I
shut
have
down
figured
the
something
giveaway.
out.
What'd you do?
Only 3 of my monitors are glitching,
Interesting.
not 6. If it was a VRAM issue, because all of them are running through the same graphics card,
Right.
I was only 3 glitching.
Is it always the same 3, though?
It's the same 3. I have a 3-way splitter.
Your splitter might be failing.
I think my splitter might, to be fair, I got it dirt cheap. It's supposedly an 8K splitter. I got it for like $10.
Yeah, you don't want that. Let me go ahead and give me just a second here. I got the first name already, but I gotta find them in the list. Make sure they did it right. We'll give away 2. This was an extra long one. Scotty Almond Joy, are you in the chat? Let's see if they're in the chat. They are in the chat. So we'll see if they say something. Hey, Scotty Almond Joy got one. Send me a message on Discord, and as soon as it's in stock, we'll get you some filament. Let's see. Let's do one more for good luck here. Let's,
If anyone does want to see how bad my screens are at the moment, I've
pretty
posted a
bad.
picture in tech support. You're not getting the movement of the screen because it's a picture.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Just imagine seizure mode on top of that picture, and you can see it.
Yeah. Let's see.
I think I need a new splitter.
All right, let's see if my 3D printing company is here. GP3D. Is GP3D still hanging out? GP3D. It's my first name's Grant, last name is Posner. They're here. Let me see if they reply. And then Steve already rated into us. First time we've ever been rated before, so that's kind of cool. I've never really seen how any of that works. So, all right, there you go. GP3D's got it. Send me a message on Discord, and whenever it's in stock, I will get you some filament. Yeah.
What's interesting, just from like a data point of view,
Uh-huh.
we've still got pretty much the same amount of watches after the stream ends.
Yeah, it went down like 10 or 15. So
yeah, still, I'd expect it to like drop with all the people who don't care about the giveaway or us. Like they just wanted the content.
Nope.
Our
Check out.
watchers must just be absolutely sadistic to stay around and listen to us.
There are some cool metrics on the
about
screen.
cheese and money and guns.
If you're a part of our Discord, we always post like the screenshot. This is our highest watched percentage stream ever. Yeah. So you'll get to see it. I knew what the record was. We blew past that record by
It's
quite
the
a bit.
clickbait. It's the clickbait title.
But yeah, we appreciate you guys hanging out. I guess go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Because I think pretty much everywhere except Australia, it's still the weekend for you. So enjoy. We'll see you all later. And if you are part of the Discord, theoretically, we'll be hanging out for at least a little bit in the Discord. So
Yep.
take care, guys. Bye.
See you all.